What we do here is go back.
Dudesky. Oh, thank you. Mr. Hanna, you were able to do drugs during the day and still function and do your job. How the fuck else would you do this job? Cocaine and hookers, my friend. It's all a fugazi. You know what fugazi is? Fugazi. It's a fake. Yeah, fugazi, fugazi. It's a wazi, it's a woozy, it's a fairy dust. It doesn't exist. It's never landed. It is no matter. It's not on the elemental chart. It's not fucking real. There's two keys to success in the business. First of all, you gotta stay relaxed. Yeah. You jerk off. Do I jerk off? Yeah. Yeah, I jerk off, yeah. How many times a week? Like, 3 times, maybe. I'm gonna pump those numbers up. Those are rookie numbers in this racket. I myself, I jerk off at least twice a day. Wow. Once in the morning, right after I work out, and then once right after lunch. Really? Okay. I want to. That's not what I do. I do it because I fucking need to. Think about it. You're dealing with numbers all day long. Decimal points, high frequencies, bang, bang, bang. Fucking digits. All very acidic, above the shoulders, mustard shit. Right? I'm gonna wig some people out. Right. You gotta feed the geese to keep the blood flowing. I keep the rhythm below the belt. This is not a tip. This is a prescription. Trust me. If you don't, you will fall out of bed, split your differential, and tip the fuck over. Or worse yet, I've seen this happen. Implode. No, I don't want to implode, sir. No, you don't. I'm in it for the long run, you know. Implosions are ugly. Yeah. Pop off to the bathroom, work one out anytime you can, and when you get really good at it, you'll fucking be stroking it, and you'll be thinking about money. Yeah.
What we do here is go back.
Oh, and we are live.
Oh, I didn't mute it. I didn't mute it. Oh no. I didn't mute it. I didn't mute it.
Oh
no.
Oh, we're here.
We're here. And we're queer, so get used to it.
We are live. Oh, ain't this a great start? Hey, I'm gonna have background music, but it doesn't matter. I shouldn't call it music, but it's gonna be.
It's a music of sorts. I mean, to some music could be it could be an opinion sometimes. There might be someone out there that's just like, ooh, this soothes me.
Oh, yeah, it's fucking people go to sleep listening to construction music, so it's like, oh. But, we back at Relax Talk. Ain't that something?
Yeah.
We streaming again. Oh, I gotta make sure the audio. Oh, I fucked up. Hold on.
You fucked up.
Yeah,
you
I fucked
bitch.
up.
You really
Where's the
fucked
please
up.
stand by? That's a fucking... People got a spoiler. They get to see what we reviewed. Because I fucked up. Give me 1 second.
You fucking Nazi whore.
I am on the wrong fucking... Get me out of here. Get me back to my
you
premium.
dicked me over. Now
ain't
you'll
watching no
pay.
fucking commercials.
You fucked up. Ag.
Fucking... I'm being extra right now for a reason. I think we did good.
There's only M.A. Ooh, I hear a starfish down there singing M.E. by fucking Two-Boy Army, fucking Gary Newman.
Ooh, nice. Are they doing a jam session?
No, I think he's just getting things ready for work. I just heard M.E. And I had to join him.
Oh,
There's only MA.
oh, but at least we can say the relaxed talk's not as rare. These motherfuckers.
Oh shit.
Oh, segue.
Nailed it.
Segue into the next segment. Alright.
Alright, yes.
Oh, shit.
Starting with this is one of my videos that I suggested, and we're getting into some cryptid stuff because you know what, need to cover more cryptid stuff.
I mean, this will be the first cryptic video that we watched, I think. No,
On
we watched
Relax.
we watched that one that disappointed me. Yeah, I
Yeah,
remember. They use Spring Hill Jack for crying out loud.
yeah, it was the most ridiculous cryptid. Yeah.
And it wasn't even that really ridiculous. It was like, oh, you use the basics.
And then it like did not represent a lot of the ones that they had even on there very well.
Hey, but it's hard sometimes to do cryptic research because fucking you gotta actually get physical books.
Or you gotta
Get
do
on
what this guy does, and fucking he gets a fucking message from somebody, and he goes, "Oh, I'm meeting with you, and I'm interviewing you,"
Nice. I wish
which
we
we'll
could
get a
do
little bit
that.
more into like the last part of the video with the actual guy.
Alright, nice.
But this is like him. He kind of like helped organize that dude's thoughts, and except for this first artwork here, that's Bob Gimlin's the high right there. But like the next ones are actually drawn, like all the ones that are going to be of the encounter are actually drawn by the guy he's interviewing from
Okay.
memory.
That's cool. That is cool. Alright, well, let's get into it.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, I'm Bob Gimlin, and today I have a very special video for you. I've been struggling with this video for literally years, but at this point, I've decided that anything is better than nothing.
Okay, this drawing is the perfect example of my theory of Bigfoot.
Mm-hmm.
It's just
Oh, yeah.
it's just an escape. Especially the very first big, you already sent the gift of it. That the very first Bigfoot sighting that was ever filmed, you know.
I don't know if
of it
that's a
looking up.
gorilla from how long
I
its body is. They're more
I
arched.
it could have been walking upright though. It could have been trying to like
But wait,
imitate
I've seen like
human.
gorillas walk upright, and it looks a lot different. The proportions are a lot different. Their arms are a lot would be hanging down a lot farther
True,
than they have
true.
shorter
But
legs, like
again,
bottom legs.
if it could have been a deformed gorilla, I was trying to state that it was something that escaped from sideshow, most likely.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
some sideshow had some kind of like gorilla or something that wasn't,
Mm.
you know, as the usual. You know, they could go, oh, look at this
Yes,
gorilla,
yes.
look at this ape man. You know,
Mm.
and it's really
Not
just
just
a fucking gorilla.
don't want to totally discount your theory because I still think but from what I think, like I don't know. I feel like that first video is a dude in a suit.
Maybe it could be. I want to state
It's
this.
too human.
If it's not a dude in a suit, it is a gorilla. Like that.
Mhm.
That's the only other explanation for that. Because I don't want to say that it's a dude in the suit, but I do agree with that it's probably just a dude in a suit. But if it's
Not
not,
a man in a gorilla suit, no fucking way. You know
if
it's
it's
real.
if it's not a man in a gorilla suit, if it is just like some random shit that the dude caught out in the forest, then it is just an escaped gorilla or something.
Mm.
There's no fucking way. If
I mean,
Bigfoot's
with
if
with that
Bigfoot's
though, I feel like if
existed,
it had a mutation, if there was a consistent amount, I feel like it almost has gotten to a point when you could even call it at least a different subspecies of gorilla, if it is a type of gorilla.
yeah, maybe. maybe it was like some subspecies of gorilla that lived off in
And
that area.
there's actually something like that that's we actually confirmed saw because of I can't remember the actual name of them, but
'Cause
they're basically these
like,
giant chimpanzees that
let's
were in
state
Africa.
this
Oh,
now. I want to get this out here. Fucking
okay.
If you're an animal, if you're an animal species and you want to survive humans, the number one way to do that is to 100% avoid us. So there are several animal species that we will never see because they have learned that fucking monkey right there with the sharpened stick, do not let him see you.
Yeah, he could just smell you in the air and then go away.
Yeah, they're fucking, not even that, they just hear you. They just hear you off in the distance or something.
Mhm.
It's the sudden sight of you, and everybody's like, oh, our eyesight's so good to see against camouflage, but not if the things evolved to camouflage against us, you know?
Mhm.
Then their
Oh yeah,
camouflage would be 100% perfect.
but going back to it before I lose my point, because this is actually a point for you, like supporting your theory, is that there was like a believed to be a whole different species of ape. It was called the bongo ape. I forget what the fuck it was called. It was part of this little valley that's in the Congo that was only found. It was like totally not a lot of people go in there, and they're basically giant, almost like 6 foot chimpanzees. And
Yeah, fucking...
they actually confirmed that they're real, but they're not a different species. They turned out to just be kind of like a almost to the point of becoming a subspecies I think the southern like land chimpanzees that
They're
are
a
like
group of the
yeah.
species that's been isolated enough from the rest of the
Mhm.
rest of the species to
And
start
they're just
evolving.
bigger. Yeah.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
which
So that
it's,
so what you said is could be totally like a gorilla that happened the same way, you know.
yeah, could just be a random ass gorilla. And to be honest, even though they would only have dealt with indigenous people, they could have fucking evolved from learning from the indigenous people to like avoid us completely. And that the
Mhm.
one that we caught on camera was probably like chastised by what they're called, their troops or whatever they're
Mhm.
called, the group of it's probably shunned. They slapped upside the head like, you fucking dumbass, they saw you. Now they're looking for us. Now they're always out here in these goddamn woods looking for us because of you.
Ooh, much like a certain young and naive Bigfoot that we're going to hear about in this video.
Oh, yes.
So I'm just going to explain all of this to you as if I'm trying to explain it to an old friend. All the way back in 2018, I received some very titillating emails from a witness to Bigfoot, which is an understatement. He's a lot more than just a witness. And quite frankly, I stopped reading the emails because of any...
This is another thing that because it just popped in my head. 9 times out of 10, it's not just Bigfoot. Any cryptid, for some reason, even if it's a fucking lizard man cryptid, it's just a fucking bear. It's just a fucking bear. I hate that that's the truth, but that is 100% true. Like, it is just some human, for some reason, not wanting to fucking believe bears can walk up on their hind legs and shit. It's very rare, but they can. They fucking can. And
yeah, they can. And it's very like they will actually do the full straight, like way better than a gorilla do, like full long straight.
Oh
That it looks
yeah,
like
and it's because they're trying to make themselves look bigger, because that's their defense mechanism. It's like, oh, you're bigger than me, then I can't fight you. But if you're not bigger than me, you might want to get the fuck out of here.
Sometimes you just catch them doing it by themselves, and it seems like they're just kind of fucking around too, because bears do just fuck around and get bored.
Fucking, they literally will be just sitting and chilling at picnic tables.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, I ain't doing nothing. Why you coming bothering me?
Yeah, I thought this was open to the public.
Fucking not even trying to eat. I'm just trying to see.
definitely put that point about, oh, it's almost always the bear in your back pocket for this one too.
Good. I'm glad I put that in there. Glad I
Mhm.
put that out there. It's
Oh yes.
and it's not just Bigfoots. Again, it's any fucking cryptid. 9 times out of 10, it's just a bear.
Hmm. Even Frogman,
Any part whatsoever of it was true. I
wet
wanted
bear.
to hear about it for myself. I needed to.
Fucking the Frogman is literally just some goddamn kid in a frog costume fucking shooting Roman candles. Like some
The little wizard
weird,
hat.
yeah,
The little
some
Mickey
weird,
Mouse wizard hat.
yeah, some weird fucking kid was just like, oh, I'm gonna wear this, we're gonna have fun. And they freaked the fuck out of some farmer. They was like, oh shit.
For some of the other, there's some other frog sightings too that are like more naked ones,
Yeah,
which I could totally see.
that is true, but the one that I'm talking about, the dude is literally like, oh, he had a fucking wand and he was shooting magical colors in the air. It's like, are you fucking stupid? like, it sounds like a Roman candle to me.
Frogman, wand, it's magic.
I guess you could say. So I made my way to Michigan to speak to the witness firsthand. This was the end of February going into March of 2019. His name is Randy, and he now has his own channel, and he is the founder of Midwest Bigfoot Research, and I'll certainly put a link in the video description, and I'll pin his comment, should he decide to make one. The story you're going to hear is uncomfortable.
Oh, let's see if he made one. It does not look like it. First comment.
Description?
First comment. Well, he said he'd pinned the dude's comment if
Oh.
he made one. Whenever I think it's been long since Bob posted something, he does. Works every time. It's okay to let us know when you need help. We'll do what we can to help you. You're doing good work, Bob. Oh, it's just people
Does it
being...
have his channel in the description, just in
Yeah,
case
it
it's like
should.
called something else?
It should be in the description. Part 1 can be
Midwest
found.
Bigfoot.
Yeah, I think it's
Okay,
Midwest.
it's called Midwest
It says.
Bigfoot. Okay,
Mid-
so we'll look out for the Midwest Bigfoot.
Oh, well, it's called something. I can just open up another link. Another tab.
Mm.
Just one
I was just saying that's probably what's going to
It's
show up
big-
if he
it's-
did comment down there.
It's Midwest Bigfoot Researchers. Just so everybody. Oh, there's a good look at the picture. Oh, he's.
Oh.
Is that supposed to be a Bigfoot that he's got circled in his banner?
No, I think that's him. That's
No,
literally just him in a baseball cap.
No, on the far side. Look at there's
Oh, wait.
a red circle.
Oh shit!
Hey, it's better than ours. You got a better
mean,
banner than ours.
Where is your hard evidence that isn't a Bigfoot there?
Hey, he got me there. I ain't got no evidence to disprove that's not a Bigfoot. Oh, but this drawing, he's definitely not. Bigfoot aren't fucking dismembering horses like this. Like,
Cow.
no.
Oh yeah, because this isn't even part of the story either. This doesn't ever
This
come
is-
up. I don't know if this is just like one of his
This guy
theories
just
about them
loves-
like cattle mutilation.
This guy just loves drawing Bigfoots. This guy just likes
Oh,
drawing
yeah.
Bigfoots.
Oh, except him drawing Bigfoots. Remember that'll be explained too, because apparently this is almost something that didn't happen until a certain event.
Oh, so this might be a case of schizophrenia. That
Yes.
nice. That is. Oh, I want to fucking state. I got a W. Always Sunny. They fucking admitted Charlie was schizo. Oh,
Yeah.
fucking taking that W. I'm taking that W. It was just a
You did it.
throwaway gag, but I did it. Oh, and
You
they
fucking
did
did.
slip up. They did slip up with Dennis. They have to make Dennis a murderer now. They have to, because he straight up was like, "Oh, I was murdered to someone named fucking, I think it was Maureen, Marine, whatever
Mhm.
his wife's name was, and he corrects it real fast. To
Mhm.
marriage, married. So I was 2 for 2. all they need to now do is admit, which they did. Holy
Marin wasn't
shit.
Ponderosa, right?
Yeah, Ponderosa. Yeah.
Okay, is that he pushed her off?
Yeah. So he Dennis slipped. Dennis slipped.
hmm
That's the problem. That's why you gotta work with your patients
It
for
works
as long
perfect
as
too. Of just
possible.
like the first murder would be something that'd be more opportunistic like that, and then the escalation begins.
Oh yes, I can't fucking wait. And they did. Mac is so. The latest episode, Mac plays Dennis so fucking well. He plays Dennis so well. Mac knows who the fuck Johnny is. Let's just say that. He
Oh
knows who
shit!
the fuck Johnny is. You gotta watch the latest episode, man.
And
It's
yeah, I
so
haven't.
fucking good. At least the latest episode. It's so fucking good. I'm gonna have to stop. I'm getting into it.
Yes. We're on Bigfoot.
Fucking big.
Comfortable, and it's disturbing. In a lot of ways, it's too much. But one thing I'm completely certain of, well, as certain as anyone can be about anything, I guess, is that Randy isn't lying. There's no doubt about that in my mind. This is his truth, leaving two possibilities. He's crazy, or this happened. Gosh, I kinda hope he's crazy. But I don't think he is. Anyway, all the illustrations you're going to see in this video are drawn by Randy himself to cement this experience and use it to better understand these.
Oh, that's definitely not just a gorilla that he gave extra long legs to.
Oh yeah, and I mean, for the first part of the story, when it will get into it, is with the first encounter that it's assumed to be an orangutan. They keep saying orangutan,
Gotcha.
which is
Gotcha.
interesting, very interesting there.
I mean, it could. There's a slight possibility. I mean, they do have the longer legs, and they do seem to act more human than the rest of the ape species that do.
hmm They're a lot more calmer.
Oh yeah, that's for sure.
These
But
creatures
there'll be some
and the
things
nature
against
of
that
their
in this too,
existence. The events occurred in
if
1977
they're
when
true.
he was 10 years old. Okay, here it goes. It began innocuously enough, with a bike ride.
Also,
Randy and
good
his
to remember
friend
that he was
wanted to
10
bike
years
to the
old for
woods
it, I
to
think.
play. It was August, and school would be starting soon, so they wanted to utilize what little freedom they had left. In the woods by Morris Lake, he found this strange network of bushes. They were hollowed out, and some of them were tall enough that he and his friend could almost stand up. This tunneling bush had a central room, and he found old tattered blankets and all sorts of shiny things attached to the walls, and pictures, and perhaps
Pictures. I don't remember this part. Ah, yes, they have a full house.
This motherfucker, they just stumbled across some homeless dude's fucking pad, man. This is some homeless
Is that a
dude's
picture with
bush.
the pictures of the? Are those people? Okay, those are people. Okay, like it's
Those are
like found. Okay, at
humans.
least at first I thought those were a bunch of like Sasquatches.
Yes, that would have been great. But this
But
is
it was just a
totally.
Courage Cowardly
Oh
Dog
man,
episode.
they're fucking with this homeless guy's special bush. He's
My bush.
he's fucking.
I mean, if I found this in here, I'd be like all up in this too, like holy shit.
That's
Cool.
a Harold and Kumar Go to White Castle reference. Special bush. Fucking when
Oh yeah.
fucking Kumar goes out and takes a piss, some random dude comes up and starts taking a piss right beside him. He's like, and Kumar's like, "Hey, why can't you pick another bush?" And Buddy's like, "Why can't I piss on this bush? This your special bush?" Calls him a tree fucker.
Yes.
We're gonna have to watch that soon.
We will.
chillingly, Randy noticed that the pictures were the kind that come in picture frames, like the stock pictures to make the frame look appealing to buy. As 10-year-olds, they thought it was cool and didn't think too much of it, and they continued on with their day. Then they came upon two other boys, Russell and Mike. So now it's Randy, Randy's friend, and Mike and Russell.
Russell was a few years older than the other three. Mike and Russell were camping there for the night, and
This sounds like a movie. This honestly,
This,
this is a movie. Next thing you know, they're gonna be walking down the goddamn railroad tracks looking for Bigfoot.
and they find the body.
Randy and his friend decided to join them. So they went home and got some sleeping bags and a tent, and came back. But the sun had set, and it had gotten dark by the time they arrived, and they couldn't find Russell or Mike. So it's dark, and they can't find their friends. So they decided
Russell and Mike are dead. Russell and Mike are fucking dead. Y'all dumbasses. You don't go camping near a fucking homeless guy's bush.
to set up a little camp with their sleeping bags. About an hour later, after they had just gotten situated, they heard Russell, the older boy from before, yelling for his friend Mike. Over and over again, Mike, Mike, Mike. This drawing is not what Randy saw. Rather, it's the reason that he heard Russell shouting for his friend. Then they started to hear other things, growls and screams. And according to Randy, these noises could not have been the result of any human. They were so frightened by the growls and screams that they got on their bikes and left. Randy told his parents what happened, and they laughed. His dad said he knew the boys would chicken out. The next morning, they set out to get their tents and sleeping bags, which they had abandoned.
I knew you were a bunch of fucking pussies.
I remember, there's one thing I wish we got an interview with, is with the dad, though I don't even know if this guy's still alive yet, because the dad in the story just seems so nonchalant about it, all this throughout the whole thing.
I love how the dad's just like, why are you being a little bitch, man? like this is common. This is normal.
Old homeless Harry up there.
Like, little bitch just doesn't want to sleep in the woods.
Yeah.
And this is what they found there. Russell was talking to Channel 13 News, and they weren't allowed into the vicinity where they had left their stuff. It seems that Mike had gone missing. He would be found 24 hours later, and he would never speak about what happened to him in those woods. However, it was blamed on a recently hired school bus driver. Randy did not put this together until much later, but a few days after this incident, he believes...
Was he in... Did he live in the bushes?
It probably was. It could have been what was his fucking was it the Radfield rocket? Rockfield rocket? I can't remember the fucking name of the city. He wore rollerblades. He was a serial killer.
Oh, that guy.
He was homeless. He was actually
or someone like him.
Yeah, he could totally hold a job though. Like, that's what really got me about that fucking story. Is like, oh, yep, he lives in the woods. He's homeless, but he's got a job. Not only was he fucking homeless, he was legitly able to bring chicks back to his tent to hook up.
Yeah.
Like, how the fuck? Like, you gotta be slaying it, dude. You gotta be laying that D down real good.
Do not underestimate a lady's attraction to men and women's clothing.
I guess so. I'm going to put it up that he could lay down the pipe really well. That's my only explanation. He laid it on one chick in the town one good time.
Mm-hmm.
She told her
that
girlfriends.
That combined with bringing out like a closeted bisexual like woman's things too. Like, oh, they don't want to quite try it, but oh, he's a man in a dress. That's a good. That's a good in between.
But it just like. He barely showers, and he's like, oh, we're going back to my place. And then you're not even hopping in a car. You're strapping on rollerblades, and you piggyback into... you just getting a piggyback ride back to the fucking tent.
Just behind these bushes. It's my place.
Hey, this is my special bush. Hey, you can call yourself a tree fucker now.
Yeah. It's okay. We're in an open relationship. My bush understands.
Yeah, that I have feelings. I have
Bush likes to
feelings.
watch.
Sometimes the bush likes to be made to watch.
Hmm.
That he and some friends had spent an afternoon chasing a dog that wasn't a dog. According to Randy, these creatures are just as comfortable on 4 legs as they are on 2, especially when they're younger. About a week later, one of Randy's friends, a boy named Tim who lived a mile away, which was the closest house to where Randy lived, abruptly stopped socializing. And Randy thought this was strange, so one day at school, Randy asked Tim why he hasn't been around, and Tim said he'd been busy with his pet orangutan. And Randy thought, well, Tim's gone crazy.
Homeless Harry has convinced little Timmy that he's a fucking orangutan. God damn it. Probably even loves the game Redfield Rocket.
Or maybe I feel like maybe the Mike molestation happened separately, and literally this kid's parents bought him a orangutan illegally and then never wanted to admit it because it was illegal. It escaped and caused issues.
Maybe, but I'm stating Tim got a hold. Homeless Harry got a hold of Tim too.
Yeah.
And Tim's just
We'll
not,
see.
and Tim's
We'll get some more information.
Tim's not processing it well.
Crazy. So on a weekend, Randy walks to Tim's house to see if Tim wants to play. Tim wasn't there, but the babysitter said that Tim was in the cornfield, quote, playing with a troll.
And the babysitter said he was...
Bruh. Someone go save little Timmy.
Playing with a troll.
Everybody's worried about Mike. Little Timmy's next. Little Timmy, no.
Oh, that would make sense. They could
Playing
have
with a
met
troll.
on the bus.
The babysitter thought it was a troll.
Yeah, the babysitter said it was a troll-like looking thing. And,
In the cornfield.
in the cornfield.
That's 50 feet away from the house.
Yeah.
So Randy went out back, and he found Tim sitting right beside the cornfield, with all of his toys scattered around. Randy didn't expect to see anything, of course, until he did, and I guess this is what he saw. Tim informed Randy that the creature's name is Mike, and that he can say his name. Now, in hindsight...
Homeless Mike. We got the name. It's not Harry. It's Mike.
Okay, there's a reason that's Mike too, because I remember them screaming Mike before. And that's what they're gonna try to get into this.
I get it. I'm getting the synchronicities, but
Also this part, if there's any truth in this part, then if I have to put on my I'm trusting you type of thing, that's a different mask, So
yeah.
if we're looking into that type of lens, because with cryptids, we want to look at it through all types of lenses, and we'll just be like, okay, even though I don't believe in this, well, I'm just gonna, for argument's sake, I'll accept this as fact for this part of the argument right now. For this,
spin my
and yes, and well, let's go a little bit more into it so we have more context before I continue.
I just want to say, homeless Mike just likes kids.
Noted.
Randy believes that he learned the word after the incident where people were shouting for the human Mike in the woods all night. Tim informed Randy that the orangutan doesn't like clothes. After regarding Randy skeptically for a good amount of time, Mike the Sasquatch emerged from the cornfield and grabbed Tim's arm, as if trying to take him into the cornfield. Tim was not alarmed by this. Rather, he playfully said, "Knock it off, what are you doing, Mike?" And Randy learned that Mike indeed could say his name, the name Mike. Though according to Randy,
so what
it
they're
sounded much
claiming
like
here
a
is that
burp.
it's speaking.
Now it's
That's
important
something
to remember that at this
actually goes
point,
towards
the
your,
two 10-year
that it's a person, because you know what orangutans and all actual other apes other than humans can't do is speak. They don't have a dropped larynx like us.
Yeah.
There's very few animals that can actually like say words that humans can. It's like parrots that have like dropped larynx, and a lot of birds. There's humans, and then there's like seals and all that family can like say words and stuff. But that's why gorillas are taught the sign language because they can't actually make any type of like words like that. They can't say Mike. They can't pronounce Mike.
Yeah, that it's got to be. I mean, the big. I get that Bigfoots are supposed to be able to talk and everything, but it doesn't like close. That this is so obviously just a predator, like a child predator that's homeless, just going around fucking getting victims.
Oh
Like,
shit! And the more you've been saying this, once we get to the end of this actually makes this whole story a lot fucking crazier. And but actually, I want to see this movie where it starts off like, oh, Bigfoot encounter, but then the twist happens, and let's continue.
yeah,
Year olds very much believed that this was an orangutan, and they played with Mike for hours. Sometimes Mike would retreat into the cornfield, and he would mimic the boys. Mike also liked to say his name, Mike, because apparently Randy and Tim found it funny and would laugh, which the creature seemed to enjoy. Then Tim and Randy went.
now if it is a person, they're probably mentally deranged. They probably
They're definitely, and they
they.
probably have some type of developmental issues, like
I'm not
mentally
stating
and
they.
physically, because look at the
They're
depiction of this. This person is as tall as them. They're
yeah,
10.
true,
They're like 10,
true.
between 10 and 13.
Yeah, true, true. It totally could just be some kid that's super hairy and like has issues, and these kids aren't just processing it well. But I don't know. It
But
just
adult, I'm not even saying kid, like an adult. There's many types of developmental diseases that this could be an adult too,
yeah, this totally
especially
could
like
be.
yeah, and especially going towards like, and it's not everyone who has those developmental disabilities have mental ones, but there's a lot of people that will have both because of like depending
Yeah,
on what caused that.
and I'm not justifying it or nothing, but that there could be a semblance of not knowing what they're doing.
Remember fucking Beetlejuice from Howard Stern show? The guy with that super tiny head and he's really short.
Yeah, yeah, fucking I do.
And like it's
I wanna.
the shape of this the shape of the head here isn't too unlike.
Yeah, I want to state that they're during the 70s, especially if you're
Mhm.
mentally handicapped and you're like family and all your caretakers just so happen to like pass away or something and just leave you completely by yourself. This is basically how you end up is just
Mhm.
wandering the streets, just being a vagrant, an insane vagrant that doesn't even it's not even like you don't have a place like your bills and stuff have been taken care of by everybody passing away, but
Mhm.
it's just you're so mentally fucking deranged and shit that you're just
Yeah.
wandering the streets because you fucking can't trust your own house.
Mhm. Living in a bush home.
Yeah, it's there's a
But one thing is
number of
we're gonna
factors.
learn too is that
I
this thing isn't
I
alone.
I know that it's fucked up that I keep making a jokes that it's a child predator, but it that it's the probability that it's an actual child predator is it's very small. I want to say
Or a
that
gang of them.
now. Maybe it could be if they really got organized.
Mhm.
Went inside for lunch, and Randy went home. That night, only Bionic Woman was on TV, and Randy didn't want to watch it, so he went out to several barns on his property to play, as he often did. He was in the hayloft for a few minutes when he heard the door open. He thought it was his dad coming to talk to him about something, but it wasn't. It was Mike, the orangutan. And after regarding Mike hesitantly for a while, they began to play. And the first thing they did was press their feet together, and Randy marveled at what flexible feet orangutan have.
It's really not looking good.
Uh, Oh, Randy. Oh, Randy, you are in danger. You are in danger, son.
But putting back on if this was a Bigfoot thing, this would be kind of fun to do with a little Bigfoot.
I'm sorry. If I ever see a fucking, I'm going to be 100% cautious because
That Bigfoot might be trying to. If it is a Bigfoot, it still might be trying to molest you.
look at that and just look at the goddamn. I know this is just a drawing, but look at the goddamn muscle structure on that fucking thing. That goddamn thing is fucking ripped. That thing is it's jacked. That thing's got cum gutters.
Yeah. Which some chimpanzees will look like this, especially if they're a little bit light on the hair. You see how crazy, weirdly jacked they are too.
And they can tear me to fucking shreds. They can rip me to fucking pieces, and it's unfortunately. They're still an animal. The level of unpredictability is there.
You ever see the dude that like the design of Shrek's based off of? He's like an old school, like old wrestler. And he's got like a really like kind of compact body almost like this, but like super muscly but super wide framed like this and like almost no neck.
I want to say I have, but for some reason I can't like bring it up in my head right now.
I mean, I could send a pic, but I mean, if it was someone that kind of had that type of structure too, you know, and like was kind of weirdly hairy, just wandering around naked.
Oh, fucking!
Let's see.
It could be. That could be possible. It could be 100% possible.
Yeah, Maurice Tillet. Tillet or Tillet? I don't know. I don't know how to pronounce. I think he's probably Tillet. I think he's French.
Oh, let's keep going.
This is one of the reasons he was so convinced that Mike was an escaped pet, because he was so calm, indicating, of course, that he was accustomed to interacting with people. Randy told me that when he was a kid, he had a penchant for making noises. So, like, if he heard a noise, he would repeat it, as a lot of kids do. And that led to their next activity. Randy would...
No, I've never had a kid mimic noise. That's not. Depending on the age of the kid, if your kid's doing that, you might want to go get them tested.
I mean, I didn't do this like super much, but I mean, I could totally see this like mimicking it. I don't think there's like harm.
It doesn't help that you claim to be that you claim to fucking be on the spectrum. I'm not stating that it is. I'm just stating that it could be. That
Oh yeah. I won't go anything against that.
That's just something you just might want to get checked. I just want to.
But also remember, this is a time when there's not. I mean, you got TV, but you ain't got much else.
Yeah, true.
Out in Michigan. I mean, I'd be going insane too, just like making fucking bubble.
I just want to point it out. Just want to point it out that is something you want to get checked. If depending on the age, again, like if your kid's like 5 or 6, you're probably good. But if they continue to do it,
is it much different than just going bruh? Is that not?
Nah, because most of the time you're going bruh for a reason.
Bruh. Bruh.
But again, fucking, I just wanted to state you handed me that W.
Sheesh. You know, all these kids fucking always hear all the sheesh.
I think the one that's like, oh, I think the person that's like, oh, I think I'm on the spectrum goes, I don't think that the thing that I do, I don't think that might be a sign to be on the spectrum.
I didn't think you'd fight at me on it, cause you know. Yeah.
Hey, you know I'm sharp.
Because usually you fully disagree with me being honest.
Hey, I do. I fucking do. 'Cause there's no, like, your obsessions are obsessions, but you just, if you were on the spectrum, that I hate to say it, even with your clinic depression, there would be a level of drive in you in order to surround yourself in your obsession that you just don't have. You don't have that it drive, that the Chris Chan, my whole life is gonna be about this one fucking thing, and it's something that I created of all fucking things, and it's not even like an original creation. It's just like two creations morphed together, but still, this thing is my life, and that they had that drive to the point where, yep, Sonic True was their whole fucking life, and that
And all I'm
drive
saying is that
scary.
because it's a spectrum, I wouldn't be surprised if I was on like light.
It
Is all I'm
can
saying.
look, it can actually, if somebody has enough knowledge, somebody on the spectrum could come off as a actual psychopath. Actually, like it can be a psychopathic drive that people on the spectrum have. Like it is just, you're not going to be able to stop them type situation. I'm not saying that it is psychopathic. I can say that it can resemble a psychopathic drive. I just want to put that out there.
I think it's hard because also you always use Christian, and that's like the most extreme case.
It's not just Christian. It's just like anybody that fucking, not just just anybody that fucking Christian would go against, like the Asperger's guy and shit like that. He completely made fucking there are people that are on the spectrum that made Christian their entire fucking life.
Yeah.
Like that, it's because they're on the spectrum, and that's I'm not stating Chris Chan as just an individual in this situation. I'm stating Chris Chan as a whole, because there are several supporters of Chris Chan and several friends of Chris Chan that you just got to watch the fucking documentary that are exactly like him. They just they stay away from the internet, like, because they learned the lesson that the internet, for some reason, we want them on the internet, but only to be our puppet and control and fucking destroy and maim. For some fucking reason, the internet wants to do that to people on the spectrum. And if you're like, oh,
Before
what
we
the
get
fuck
stuck back on this old conversation, we're Bigfoot.
I just want to finish my state. I just wanted to finish
Yes,
my
okay,
statement.
yes.
It's too late. It's too late. I was on a roll. Fucking
God damn it.
I was on a roll. God damn it. It was a good
Bigfoot time.
point too. It was a good fucking point. It was a good point.
I didn't know how long it was gonna go.
I literally was about to finish the sentence. I was literally about to finish the fucking sentence. I was like, maybe 10 words. Maybe 10 words at max. God damn it.
Make a noise, and Mike would parrot it, but not only repeat it, he would elaborate on it, and make it impossibly accurate. One time I asked Randy what the Sasquatch sound like. He said however they want to. Randy would meow, and Mike would repeat the same sound. Only Mike's meow was indistinguishable from a cat, and the creature would elaborate on the sound, making it obvious that he understood what the sound was. So as an example, Randy would meow, and then Mike would meow, mew, and hiss. So he wasn't.
I might have to mute myself for a second. I'm gonna rewind and try to fucking remind myself of my goddamn point.
Meow.
I want to know.
Meow.
I want to know what I was about to say. God damn it.
Meow.
Just mimicking. It's as if Mike recognized, that's a cat, this is what cats say. And it was during one of these cat mimics that Mike hissed, at which point Randy describes Mike's face appear as though it was melting or bubbling. Randy now attributes this to infrasound, which is known to have a wide array of effects on whoever hears it, and is also known to be produced by other large mammals. There were ropes coming from the ceiling, and Mike the orangutan and Randy played with them. And this is when Randy got a really good indication of this creature's athleticism and strength. Randy said it was alarming to see how strong he was. So, playing excitedly, as kids do, Randy decided to beat his chest and make an ape noise, like he'd seen in movies. And Mike repeated it, and his eyes turned red, and his demeanor became aggressive.
Definitely don't let this part go, because there's a main point here that's really weird and something that you don't ever see with any other Bigfoot.
I just need 1 second. Yes. It's going to be...
Just making sure we're about... Yeah, want to make sure we're not... This is the main thing here.
I get it. Fucking let me pause. Oh, back... dredging up my goddamn statement. I get it. I fucking get it. I just wanted to state, if anybody's like, oh, you're wrong about the internet chewing up fucking people on the spectrum. Fucking look at every single fucking case look at any person that has ever like been on the spectrum that's gone on the internet. Utterly fucking destroyed by the internet.
That's not... But I feel like they are all extreme cases of autism. I feel like there's a lot of people on the internet with autism that don't get destroyed because they know how to act. That's all I'm saying.
Maybe.
Yes.
But again, I just...
They are not I've known autistic people of growing up in those types of classes for all my issues.
Well,
they're not all like that. It's a spectrum. It's literally a spectrum. That means like a spectrum of light.
Those people,
levels.
What I'm trying to state, if those people tried to be an internet influencer, an influencer on the internet would take them and fake accept them only to completely destroy their mind and completely to do it. The only reason why Chris Chan seems like an extreme case of autism is because the fucking internet and what the internet fucking did to their brain. Like, I'm going to state that now. The internet caused
I'll agree with
Chris
that, yeah.
And if any autistic person on this fucking spectrum gets on the internet, that is what's going to happen to you. That is what the internet does to you. Everybody can fucking be like, oh, no, we don't. Then why the fuck did Chris Chan happen? Why? It would not have happened. Chris Chan's not the only case. Chris Chan's just the fucking most documented case that literally fucking has days upon, like, literally hour on hour fucking, like, there are literally documentaries that spend 45 minutes just explaining what they did on one single day. Chris Chan. That's how documented that is. So that's why I'm always drawing to it. It's because, it's the one we have the most evidence. Like, you can't deny all the evidence.
Hmm. Yeah.
But back
I
to
mean, you
Bigfoot.
know, yeah.
We're getting back to Bigfoot. We're getting back to the
Okay.
Mike and the Bigfoot. But that's all I wanted to state. The internet caused Christian's level of, it didn't cause his level of fucking autism, but made it seem as extreme as it was.
Exacerbated it.
Yeah. Thank you.
You and hiss. So he wasn't just mimicking. It's as if Mike recognized, that's a cat, this is what cats say. And it was during one of these cat mimics that Mike hissed, at which point Randy describes Mike's face appear as though it was melting or bubbling. Randy now attributes this to infrasound, which is known to have a wide array of effects on whoever hears it, and is also known to be produced by other large mammals. There were ropes coming from the ceiling, and Mike the orangutan
Pause there for the first part. Infrasound thing that like was warping this kid's like mind, like I guess is what they fucking said there. That's a superpower. We just got a Bigfoot superpower right here. That's what I want to note. If this is true.
If that is true, I'm going to state this: Randy might be a schizophrenic, and his delusion was probably picked up by he started having this delusion, and instead of his friends going, "What the fuck are you talking about?" they fed into it unknowingly, causing Randy to become even worse.
Mm-hmm.
That's usually what happens with schizophrenics, especially at such a young age. That it just seems like, oh no, you're just being super creative. It's like, no, sometimes kids actually hallucinate like legitly that they shouldn't be, and they need fucking some kind of medication. They need some kind of help, but nope. Most of the time they end up playing with somebody, and the person goes, "Oh yeah, what you're seeing is 100% there. Let's go interact with it. Let's go do it."
That sounds fun.
And then fucking years later, they would go, "What the fuck you talking about, man? That was just a game we'd play." It's like, what you but what, and then it completely shatters you.
Randy played with them. And this is when Randy got a really good indication of this creature's athleticism and strength. Randy said it was alarming to see how strong he was. So, playing excitedly, as kids do, Randy decided to beat his chest and make an ape noise, like he'd seen in movies. And Mike repeated it, and his eyes turned red, and his demeanor became aggressive, and Randy thought he was about to die. And it was during this aggressive display that Randy learned that these creatures have an anatomical feature that I've never heard of before. He described them as tusk-like teeth that elongate from the molars, and they do so consistent with the mouth opening. So it's like involuntary. As the mouth opens, they protrude, and as the mouth closes, they retract. Well, poor little Randy no longer thought this was an orangutan, or at least, not a friendly orangutan, and he went to flee, but Mike wouldn't let him.
Yeah, the
Again,
tusk
looking
thing
back,
is very interesting.
Randy thinks
That's
that Mike
something
was
I've
still
never heard
only
of.
playing, like the mimicking game, where Mike always took it one step further. So Randy beat his chest, which apparently is an act of aggression to these creatures, which Mike repeated, taking it one step further.
And that isn't an
It's
act of
unclear whether or
aggression
not
to
Randy was
most
actually
ape
in
species,
danger,
yes.
and though Randy thinks that Mike was only playing at aggression, that
Especially
still doesn't
gorillas.
mean that it's not dangerous, because normal actions to this creature could certainly prove deadly to a human, which has obviously been documented in other large primates. Much like Harambe, if you remember that. I don't think the gorilla was trying to hurt that kid. It's just that humans are less physically capable than a gorilla analog of the same size. And so in hindsight, Randy thinks that Mike was only play fighting. He didn't realize that at the time. And Randy started to scream for his life. At which point, Mike pounced on Randy and made a strange hissing sound that Randy claims had a paralyzing effect. At close range, Randy was completely unable to move. Not because he was pinned, but because of this sound. And Randy claims that the sound produced not only prevented him from moving, but
we can't discount also having a sexual assault by one of his friends too, and then that being schizophrenic, and then having kind of like
True, that is
you know
true. This could be Mike. This literally could be Mike, and this is how he processes.
That is interesting because
But
he's Mike
here's the thing
orangutan.
that
He's
I
just
wanna
being an
state.
orangutan, and then the game goes too far.
Unfortunately, there is something when it comes to people with schizophrenia and being sexually assaulted.
Mm.
Most of the time, that causes DID, dissociative identity disorder. That's the distinct difference between a schizophrenic and someone with DID. Is the person with DID has been sexually assaulted in some kind of way, and that their persona is the identity that they retract into to feel protected and a sense of it's hard to explain off the cuff, but that's it. That's the only difference. That's literally the only difference between a schizophrenic and someone with DID. The person with DID, they hallucinate. They'll hear voices that aren't there. They'll see people that aren't there. They'll have paranoia. They'll have delusions. Sometimes they won't feel like themselves. Sometimes they will act like a completely different person. But there has to be a sexual assault somewhere.
Or physical abuse. I mean, that could garner just the same.
It's always sexual. There's always a sexual element.
So you're saying there's not a single case of DID that doesn't involve a sexual abuse? Is what you're saying?
If there's a sexual element to it, then yeah. But
There's a sexual element to it.
If it's just like you were beat as a kid, then no, you don't have DID. You have a schizophrenic delusion that you have DID.
Okay.
That is that is a very popular schizophrenic trope. Is most
What is that called?
They believe
When you think you have a certain disease, isn't that like Munchausen syndrome?
But you will see your persona and you'll hear your persona. That's the difference.
Okay.
Like Munchausen syndrome you'd be basically faking it, but with schizophrenia, when someone's being schizophrenic and their delusion is they have DID, their persona will be real to them, like in a tangible way.
Gotcha.
In a tangible way to them. Let me make that clear. That there won't be you can't fucking hook your wires up to a schizophrenic and then fucking manifest whatever it is. There might be a way to hook up to fucking schizophrenic brains and record what they see and capture it. That might be possible, but I know the science doesn't exist today. But in the future, that might be possible.
It kind of does, because they did that with cats, but the science wouldn't be humane enough for humans.
Yeah, that's so fucking. Like I said, the science just doesn't exist today to do it, but there might be a possibility to be able to do that one day.
And not well either. It's still pretty. It's at its cusp, but it is coming.
It would be fucking good though if you could just literally like hook. If someone is going, oh, I see that I'm seeing this, and to differentiate the people that are just full of shit and the people that are actually telling the truth, you just hook up a helmet to them, and on the screen, boom, their vision, whatever they see, their point of view popped up on the screen. Oh, you'll see it. They'll be like, oh shit, they actually do fucking see that person there, or oh, holy shit, they are seeing Charlie and shit like that. Like, we would be able to know.
Yeah. Yeah, the real process is a lot more complicated and like involves surgery and like having like the cat be alive and like the things attached to its brain to look and see, and then everybody that's how they learned with cats that when they look at us, we have like feline features to them. We kind of look like other cats.
And I have to state this before we continue the video. I'm not stating that every schizophrenic that gets sexually assaulted will manifest DID. Just stating every person that has DID was initially a schizophrenic that was sexually assaulted.
Cool, yeah. That was something I knew you weren't saying, but I also wanted to get back to make sure that was clear.
Yeah. I need to clarify.
Yes.
Because you can be schizophrenic and sexually assaulted. You won't, and yeah. All right, let's continue. Repeating myself.
But actually significantly calmed him down. Again, in hindsight, Randy now believes this to be infrasound. Then Randy hears the hay door open, and he thought his dad heard his screams and was coming to his aid. He can't actually turn his head to look, of course, but Mike reacted and hopped off him, at which point Randy observed that it was actually Mike's mother, and she was angry. Again, in hindsight, Randy believes she was shocked to see her son fraternizing with a human,
Also,
and the
for
father
anybody
was
who'd be
just
like,
outside
how
the
do you know
barn.
that there's
So
mother?
Randy
If
now
it's
believes
like
that
most of
Mike
the
was using his
Bigfoot depictions, you can tell if it's a female. Usually big old saggy ass tits.
Yep. Yeah, it's very they make it very clear. They make it very clear.
We got them hag tits.
infrasound to try to silence him, because Mike didn't want to attract the attention of his parents, as if Mike knew he was engaging in a forbidden behavior. The female Sasquatch kind of lifted herself into the hayloft, grabbed Randy, and smelled him, with very fast sniffs the way a dog does. And he said that the Sasquatch picked him up rather roughly to do this, and in the process, the Sasquatch picked him up by the waist and brought him to her nose, so like she wedged her thumb between him and the waistline of his pants, and I guess that immediately broke his pants off. So now he's as he was the day he was born. And then she kind of discarded him, or just dropped him, which, I guess lacerated his thigh. And there's more illustrations of this on Patreon, but I don't think I should show it here. And he didn't draw anything graphic or anything, but still too graphic for here. And it's at this point that Randy saw the male Sasquatch watching from outside. Meanwhile, Randy's father is approaching with a rifle, and Randy depicted it here. The male could see his father.
Just mark it as educational. You're good to go. As long as it's educational, oh, it's allowed.
But his father couldn't see it. Randy's father saw from the kitchen window 2 massive hairy figures moving on all fours toward the barn where Randy was playing, so you could see why he would have taken off with protection. At the time, he thought they were bears. The female grabbed Mike and leapt from the loft, but Mike was still holding Randy, so Randy tumbled with them. Again, Randy thinks this is an example of the difference of the physicality between Sasquatch and humans. As a 10-year-old human boy, that was an extremely dangerous fall. But from knowing what he knows now about Sasquatch, he thinks that that would have just been normal, rough and tumble type behavior. Randy's dad appears, and he's cursing and exclaiming in shock. He can't believe what he's seeing. As the adult Sasquatch are retreating into the cornfield, Mike is still being held by his mother, and he's struggling furiously. He somehow escapes her grip, and approaches Randy and his father on all fours. The adult Sasquatch don't pursue the juvenile, but they growl. Mike stands up a mere 10 feet from the humans, and Randy, who's still in a state of horror, yells for his dad to shoot it, which is kind of understandable at this point. His dad fires into the air because he had a 16-gauge shotgun, which was loaded for birds. He knew it probably could have ended Mike, but certainly not the adults. And being a father himself, it was clear that an attack on Mike would not have been appreciated by the massive creatures before him. At that point, all 3 Sasquatch disappeared into the cornfield. But Mike came out a moment later. Mike's parents apparently thought that Mike was fleeing with them, but he wasn't. With Mike approaching and the 2 parents nowhere to be seen, Randy and his father fled into the barn, because they still don't want to shoot, obviously, and incur the wrath of the 2 giant creatures.
Here is not like gorillas, it's very much like bears. Like, that's why, like, in these particular pictures, like, how they're, like, all running and all hunched in all fours like that, almost seemed like it was, like, a family of bears or some shit.
Yeah.
It'd be weird for 2 adult bears to be together, because usually males don't hang around, but it's super rare, but it's not unheard of.
Is it possible that one of her male cubs just never separate from her?
That is also possible too. But usually if like she had another mate, you would think, but maybe he still like successfully stuck around. Because usually like if another bear came to mate with her, it would kill. Unless like it was like the original dad and somehow it knew and didn't. But like how they're running like that and all that, like in how tall it was too, I would think bear.
Yeah.
And that this was like a really playful baby bear that was really getting...
Yeah, and this kid just doesn't know what the fuck, how to process it correctly.
Because like the weird noises too, because he could have been like audio hallucinating, like it like talking to him and shit like that. But like
Oh yeah.
like like it jumping on him and like play roughhousing, like that's very much like how a bear plays.
There's definitely a level of mental to this. Like there's something
Hmm.
there that he definitely
Hmm.
needs to get checked. But oh, he's
Oh
not
yeah.
going to. Everybody's just gonna go. Oh no, you're not crazy. They got Bigfoots out there. Go look for them.
What I really want to know is what his dad thinks about this, because since his dad is the number
Yeah,
one witness here, and then will
yeah.
be involved in something else, which can
They
totally
need an
point to
interview with the
scarring a
dad.
kid, which we'll get to.
Hey, and this kid's got some pretty good skills too. This guy's got
Hmm.
some pretty good drawing skills. These are some pretty good. He can make a living off of this. That's for sure.
Oh yeah, it's like even if it's like with this story, whether he believes it, whether he doesn't believe it, is just like having a fun story that he's been just sticking to, or if like he's just totally crazy. Either way, still makes him a really interesting guy that I'd like to get a beer with and hear all this shit. Especially later
Yeah,
once we
I
actually see
just
him
like
talking, just talking about cryptids. It's really
I just want to
oh,
fucking see his
he
art
loves it.
collection. I just want to hang
Hmm.
out
Yeah,
with
oh
him so I
yeah.
can see his art collection because he's some fucking. This is some pretty good work. I mean, the faces
Oh
are a
yeah,
little weird.
I'd commission him.
The faces are a little weird, and he's got a little problem with hands. But that that's who can fucking draw hands.
I'd commission him for a channel background, that's for sure.
Oh yeah, that's for sure.
But there was a gap in some of the boards of the barn, and Mike once more tried to get a hold of Randy through that gap. At which point, Randy's dad hit Mike's arm with the butt of the shotgun, and then Mike grabbed the shotgun, and they played tug of war with the Sasquatch.
But Mike grabbed that gun and he almost got it away from my dad. And he shot. Well, he had the.
And
See, he
they
couldn't
don't
get the
got
gun away from
thumbs,
him.
but they can grab.
Had his leg up on the
And they got
front side of the
long
body.
arms too,
He's going,
especially when they're
oh,
little
he's
lanky,
strong. He's going like
that little
that.
lanky
And he finally
stage
shot, and
when
that
they're coming
scared
out
him
of
away, and it got
starting to grow
quiet
up as
again.
cubs.
And see, this is why it's kind of important to remember that Randy and Mike had been playing for a long time before things escalated. So Mike was likely still in play mode. Because if you think about it, if 10-year-old Randy and the Sasquatch are the same size, Mike probably has the comparative mentality of a 5
And
or
honestly, a
6-year-old
bear's
human.
foot of that
Maturity-wise,
size
I
compared
mean.
like that,
And
that
if you've
wouldn't
ever
be the
dealt with
most
kids of that age, then you know how
representation there either.
smoothly ending playtime
Putting
goes.
the feet up.
Randy's father fired the gun, and Mike let go. And immediately after, they heard.
And this guy assuming that the child Sasquatch's mentality would be the same as a 5-year-old human or a 5-year-old animal is kind of fucked up. We don't know.
Hmm.
Fucking for all we know, Sasquatches could develop a level of intelligence beyond our capabilities at the age of 3.
Did you not see the living room?
I mean, that's not a dumbass doing that.
Hmm.
I mean, they could just have life figured the fuck out. Oh,
They just know that anarcho-primitivism is the way.
I know that that's ain't a possibility, but there could be so few of them because they figured out how to be immortal, and
Oh,
that's
shit.
why they don't give a shit.
Hey, there is a theory out there that I always like that Sasquatch are merely the next step of evolution. That's just people who have evolved beyond.
I mean, it's possible, but I don't think we.
They
would
come
know
by
at the
they come
time.
by now and then to show themselves, like look at and be
The
like, yep, looks like people are still fucking around.
the further we've gone throughout the time, the more we've lost our hair. We haven't gained it.
See,
We-
that's why unless you get back out there into the anarcho-primitivism,
Oh yeah,
do it
you
true.
might do it true.
Get your hair back.
You'd become what's his name from Trailer Park Boys?
Yes, Sam.
Sam, yeah. A Sam Squatch.
Yep, fucking Sam Squatch.
Sirens. It seems Randy's mother had called the police. She didn't even know that Randy's father had gone out to the barn, but I guess from the window of the house she saw 2 large animals and couldn't find Randy or her husband. So she believed there was a bear attack occurring and called the police. A squad car and an ambulance arrived. Randy and his father exited the barn, and the responders actually cut Mike off as he tried to enter the barn through a gaping hole in the front. And the policeman asked if there were 2 bears, as dispatch had told them, at which point Randy's father informed them that it wasn't a bear, while Randy is being put into the ambulance, requiring a few...
So, the paramedics and the cops also saw Mike, right?
Seems like it, yeah.
They cut him off.
That's what I was saying. There's a lot of witnesses.
And they're all saying, they're saying bear. I think this is just fucking bear. I think this is just a fucking mental...
Yeah, I think he added that thing like, oh, his dad said that it wasn't a bear. Unless his dad's kind of like weirdly crazy too.
This kid, it is possible. Schizophrenia usually only comes out in late adolescence, early 20s or so. But you can actually have signs of it way earlier. It's a very complicated illness, and this kid
usually hits the fan around puberty. Is usually
yeah, shit
in 20.
usually starts hitting the fan, and it's very noticeable because your kid will start self-isolating a lot more than the normal self-isolating kid, to the point where your kid might have a problem going to school and shit. It will be very, when I say problematic self-isolating, you will know what I mean.
Yeah.
Few stitches at where the female had lacerated his thigh. Mike was crawling through the tall grass in a state of agitation. The police officer could see the movement through the grass, but the grass was too tall to make him out clearly because Mike was on all fours. And then 20 feet from the ambulance, Mike stood up. Randy is hearing this from inside the ambulance, but all of a sudden he heard the police swear and fire their weapons. Randy is unsure if they were trying to hit it or just scaring it off, because Randy's father is begging the police not to shoot it, because he assumes the adults are still watching. And to me, this indicates the unfathomable nature and physicality of the creatures he witnessed. There aren't many animals in the world today that would be too threatening to 2 men armed the way they were, short of giant herbivores and lions and tigers and the largest of bears. And then all was quiet.
Fucking Bay can take a shotgun shot.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I've fucking seen them. It takes a shit ton to take down a Bay. That's why
there's
specific bear hunting rifles.
There's bear hunting rifles, and you still got to hit them right.
Oh yeah.
It's all about where you hit them and with what.
You gotta have it, and it will have a kick to it. Them rifles do have a kick.
Yeah, don't be just thinking, oh, I shot him once with my 308. I definitely got him. No, you didn't.
If you really need
He's
to
pissed
know
now.
what it takes to take down a bear, just look up the bear hunting dog. Look how massive the motherfuckers are. They're bigger than us. Them sons of bitches are bigger than us.
And in a future video that is also done by Bob Gimlin, and something we did, I won't be as vague because we actually covered it in season 0, the Sanketsu bear incident, but he does a really good one. Show that a lot of times shooting them and missing just makes them into the most evil pieces of shit ever.
Yeah, and they come back for revenge. Fucking.
And they definitely they can recognize. They know what a gun is. That's for sure.
Oh yeah.
They know it. They know what they do.
They fucking. That's the one thing that's scary about fucking animals today is like, oh, they know what we carry. Like,
They've lived with us for a good while. The ones that are still around.
They're not dumb.
And Randy received stitches in the back of the ambulance while his dad talked to the police. Then they hear gunfire from the direction of Tim's house, and the policeman's radio begins to chatter to that effect, so the police take off a mile down the road, and Randy and his dad soon follow. When Randy arrived at Tim's house, they found the police inside, talking to Tim's dad, and Tim's mother and siblings were packing up the car. They were preparing to leave, which they did. Forever. Randy found Tim in the cornfield, and he was crying. Tim told Randy that his father had shot the orangutan, It seems Tim's family had been relaxing after dinner when they abruptly heard screams and banging on the side of the house. Tim's dad got his gun as Mike came in through the bathroom window and went straight for Tim. Simultaneously, Tim's family began to scream as they see Mike's parents leering in through the window. Tim begged for his dad not to shoot, but Dad, understandably, didn't listen.
This takes place after the incident, right?
Yeah, this takes place after. This is them learning
This
about
is
what happened to Mike when it
totally-
went to Tim's.
This is 100% bears. This is them. this is bears being little shits. They couldn't go back for that. Them people.
These kids
at the
probably been
time,
feeding the bears too. Don't feed the bears.
The bears have made a connection. That Tim is connected with Randy. The bears know that. So out of fucking revenge and out of a vendetta, came fuck with Buddy's family. Well, Buddy's friends. Out of revenge. That is 100% possible. Because that's what happened. That's what happened in the bear incident.
Or also it could have been revenge, or maybe they're kind of hungry and that these kids have been feeding them.
Maybe.
And they're going, oh well, Mike. Or no, sorry, Randy's family wasn't going to put out anything, so let's go and check out what Tim's up to.
Yeah, that is true, but with the altercation...
Don't feed the bears.
If you feed the bears, you gotta keep feeding the bears, alright? We done established this.
Yes, which is why it's a good general rule not to feed the bears. I'll say general rule, don't feed the bears, but yes, then in parentheses, but if you do, you gotta keep feeding the bears.
I stay feed the bears
forever
if they become a problem. If they like always coming up in your shit, you might want to feed them bears. You don't want them hungry.
Before that, called there's people that will relocate them. There's facilities that will relocate them to different places before it becomes before there is an attack.
If that is a viable option, but if you already have had a fucking bear coming up in your shit, breaking up all your shit and shit, best to believe just feed it. I don't like displacing animals from their natural environment. That's something that I don't like doing. I know that they're gonna put them in a better place, but it's not that bear's home. The bear's home is its territory, and we taking it out of its territory.
We claimed it.
Look at you being all American. Fuck the indigenous wildlife. This is our land.
Yeah. Go on your bear reservation. For your own safety.
That's legitimately what you're being too.
But in the case of a bear, yes, relocating them for their own safety is a viable option.
Yeah, it is a viable option, but just saying, if it was a human, people would go, hey, that's kind of fucked up.
And Mike gets shot in the living room, and he retreats the way he came.
I'm just saying double standards, and humans that attack humans should suffer the death penalty too. I'm not against the death penalty.
It's a bear,
No,
though.
I'm not.
It doesn't have the humans have animals are innocent. They're more innocent.
We should be keeping them in their homes, not going. Oh, let's
Fine.
put 'em
Then
in this.
these people should have just fucking moved.
Let's put them.
They should have went. Oh, this house belongs to the fucking bear. Let's go back to fucking England.
Yep. These motherfuckers should get at it. They lost their shit, man. That's the American way, man. If someone comes in and takes your shit and you don't defend your shit, then you lose your shit, man. That's how it is.
You know what place doesn't have bears? Fucking England. Go there.
And if you defend your shit, you have the person trying to take your shit apparently has the right to stop you from defending taking your shit in the first place?
Back when humans were still just using fucking stones on sticks, they got rid of all the bears and wolves and shit from UK. So that you know what, that was a more of a fair thing. We can call that home. That's human home. England is for humans.
Let's go to Ireland. Ireland ain't got no snakes.
It ain't got no. Actually, they're starting to. They're starting
Who
to
the
get
fuck
snakes.
introduced snakes into Ireland?
It's naturally getting warmer, and there's already a European species that can already deal with like the colder climates, so they're kind of like
But
moving
how
up
did they
there.
cross
I don't know
the
how many are
fucking-
in particular of Ireland, but definitely
the
up in.
reason why Ireland doesn't have any snakes is because it's fucking it was never landlocked apparently. Apparently Ireland just like popped up out of the fucking ocean. So
Yeah.
that's why like how are they getting over to the how
I wouldn't be surprised. Let's actually
the
look this
fuck-
up. I don't know if it's Ireland I was thinking of. I might be thinking of a different place that didn't used to have snakes but now has snakes. Let me actually, because I don't want to be wrong here.
It's the ocean. They can't swim. They can there's some snakes that can swim in like the shallow parts of the ocean, but they can't go out in the deep parts. So it's like, oh, someone's got to be taking them over there and fucking taking them, and then that's gonna really disrupt the ecosystem because Ireland's wildlife isn't hardwired. for
Okay,
fucking
yeah,
snakes.
it's yeah. There's still there's no snakes in Ireland.
Okay, good.
It's but in Great Britain, there is 3 species of snakes.
Fuck that, man. We're going to Ireland. Ireland's better anyway, man. What the fuck?
I think Sweden has snakes.
I wouldn't be surprised. Isn't Sweden Sweden's land?
It's just, yeah, it is.
So yeah. Fucking Ireland. Oh, that's why. Oh, that they probably did have snakes at a time, but they were driven out. If there were ever snakes. Oh, and if there are ever snakes again, you best believe my namesake is coming out of me. I'm going. I'm living up to the name. God damn it.
Yes, but yeah, even in some of the highest most north parts, except for Ireland, though, still Ireland doesn't have this, but most European countries, even if you're like, oh, this is super cold and forever winter, it doesn't have anything here, still going to have the common European adder. They can need to survive extreme cold through hibernation.
It's the one thing that I believe could disappear from the ecosystem and not disrupt.
No, I love snakes. Fuck you.
They're not bees.
Don't let your fears.
They're not bees. They're not bees. Bees are important. They're not fucking important.
They bring down vermin. You have rats everywhere. Mice are a huge issue. Rats and mice.
There are other ways, and there are other species that can bring down vermin in much better capacity. Oh, cats.
Even little garter snakes. What has a garter snake ever done to you? What has a fucking garter snake ever fucking done to you?
Propose this. If we take out the snakes, we can replace them with a really, really long house cat.
No.
We make long cat. Come on, man. Okay. We make long cat. We can make potato cat. I'll give you potato cat too.
Can we just move the snakes to a different continent? We can move. I'm down for I'm down for putting him on snake reservations.
The snake reservation has to be on the moon or Mars.
We could terraform Mars. They'd like Mars. It's heat. It's hot. It's hot on Mars. They like heat.
I'm completely fine with that. But we probably you want to bring.
I'm
up
saving
the
these
vermin
snakes.
Issue, the vermin issue. We're making long cat.
I've handled snakes and they're cute. They're just little noodles.
That is your opinion.
They're just little noodles. They can't even. They don't even have any arms. He ate them. They lost their goddamn arms.
They didn't deserve them because they little bastards. They the embodiment. They literally the physical embodiment of pure fucking evil.
You're just letting your the little monkey inside you that's inside a lot of people. That's why I believe that like the fear of snakes and the hatred for snakes is totally a natural thing. So I'm I'm not gonna totally hate you on it, but it's something you gotta kind of like break out of through education. And
No,
not
no.
even.
People have tried. Trust me, people have tried. I've held a snake one time, and the snake got very dangerously close to fucking being crushed. Like the person literally had to go, "Oh shit," and yanked it out of my hand real fast before they noticed what I was doing. Because they put it in my hand, and I was just staring at it, and unfortunately, I was like tensing my fingers up, like every second, getting faster and faster.
No, I'm not saying that there's ever a chance for you to ever like snakes. I'm just saying that like dude, that ship sailed for you already.
Yeah, that's already paced. I want to eradicate it.
That's something that needs to be through developmental.
Fucking ain't no.
Or sometimes I feel like your DNA is just not gonna let you. But
Yeah,
you know that when for some of our like super when we're going super back into like humans, back into the species that humans came from, like our tree dwelling ones, one of their biggest enemies was snakes.
Oh yeah, you best believe it. And
That's why we actually kind of developed a way of seeing them better too,
you know,
like than other.
you know my skinny upular muscular self, who fucking was descended from one of them tree climbing sons of bitches.
You're a tree climber.
You know it. The only
And you're gonna grab a branch and oh, it's not a branch.
that's instinctively reason why I have the fear of falling in me as well. Is because I know my limits. A human is supposed to know the tree climbing limits, and I know I will.
Ooh, because then if you fall in the water below, you know there's a crocodile fucking waiting for you. Why don't you hate crocodiles?
Crocodile
And alligators. I guess because you didn't live around them. Is the thing. You probably hate them if you did.
I'd probably be terrified. See, that's the thing. I don't hate them out of respect. When it comes to a snake, even the ones that can eat me, all I need to make sure, all I gotta do is make sure I get that.
Only one that could eat you is the anaconda. You never gonna encounter an anaconda.
True, but even with the anaconda, I gotta the number one way, fucking get something in their mouth, get a log or something in their mouth, and they're gonna wrap around the log like a dumbass, and then all you gotta do is start slamming them on the ground real hard. And if you're like, oh, that's not the way to do this, I'm going to admit this now. I've done that to snakes before. I know what the fuck I'm talking about.
That's a better way, because what I don't recommend, especially for like if you are in a situation, which I always say, like, always try to go away from the snake. But if you are in a situation, you're like, oh, this is like a fucking copperhead and it's gonna get me and I need to kill it. Don't chop off its head and think it's done.
No, the body's gonna fucking just whip around.
Yeah, and then the head can jump towards you, and then it'll do a death bite, and it'll just inject all its venom into you.
Yeah, that is.
They can live like 10 minutes because
you have to destroy the head. You not just fucking sever it.
There's so many stories of like, yeah, people like the head just like jumping towards them.
Not even jumping.
Which I respect. That's why I love snakes.
Not even jumping towards me.
For all the reasons you should.
They do have the habit of slowly opening their mouth after you cut their head off and then closing it. Like they're having that one final oh fuck. Because I've done it before, and then when they open in the mouth, that's when you take them out of because they're conscious. You can't. I'm merciful now. I'm being merciful. That's when you smash their head. Don't let them finish that yawn. that is cruel. But fucking, I have killed many of snakes.
Poor snakes.
Fucking no, they get as fucking big as my goddamn dad out here, man. Like there's literally fucking.
They have every right to be.
My dad's literally got several pictures of him just
You literally were just arguing for why a bear shouldn't even be relocated.
Oh.
That snake The same thing can be said about that goddamn snake.
Nuh-uh, the fucking snake came into my territory. The snake's coming to my territory. There's a difference. There's a difference in a human coming into a bear's territory and a snake coming up into my shit.
You're just looking for rats and maybe a kitten.
My bridge. My bridge. God damn it. And I hate that they put the fucking rocks under the bridge, and fucking snakes love those rock piles under the bridges. They fucking love that shit. You gotta be careful if you're hanging out under a bridge with those rock piles. Oh, you be fucking careful.
That's one place a snake should be. He's under a bridge.
Fucking no, they shouldn't be.
It's outside.
Under the bridge is my spot. That's mine. You're taking my spot away from me. My spot's
I
gotta
hang
be
out with
safe.
snakes. I could share space with snakes.
I cannot share a space with those snake because the
And
snake is.
my day is when I see a snake, my day is better.
It depends on what happens to the snake. If I see a snake, if I can eradicate the snake, then I go, I lived up to my namesake. I did it. Justice. But
Better not pull that shit around me. That's all I'm saying. I'll throw fists. Unless that snake is like about to fucking strike you.
I will stay if there is a snake ever around me. Just stay away from me, because there's no stopping. There is no stopping me.
If I see you charge just like a harmless snake, I'm not staying away from you. I'm tackling you.
Most of the time, Sugars is probably going to be with me if I'm outside. So there's a reason. There's a reason that my fucking animals.
Besides, if I was out there, I could easily identify any snake too. I could be like, Sugars is more of a danger to that snake.
I'm not going to risk any of my animals getting hurt, especially from a fucking snake.
I will go and pick up the snake and move it.
Like that is one thing that you just don't like. I've already had I lost a friend like that because I fucking instinctively fucking started attacking him because he got in my way.
Mm-hmm. That's fine. I won't have any hard feelings if you try to fight me. But I'm running and grabbing that snake to move it. At least now I know.
There will be a blind seething rage that you're getting in between that I.
Okay, we need to practice for our future boxing match anyway.
It only comes out with snakes. That blind seething. I must eliminate this thing. It's only with snakes. Anything else?
Well, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it.
Most likely not, because I know how to make sure a snake doesn't come in my yard. I know what to put down.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. So. All right, let's continue.
Randy drew this using a combination of Tim's retelling and simply by seeing the house afterwards. It was probably easy to piece together. Randy thinks that at this point, Mike doesn't realize what the guns do. He thinks they just make noise because there'd been so many gunshots and nothing had happened. And for the record, even Tim's parents thought that Mike was an orangutan, until they saw the adults watching through the window. I guess this was one of those instances where your kid's imaginary friend abruptly becomes less than imaginary. A search by law enforcement fails to find Mike that night. However, Mike's injuries were grievous, and the people who lived next to Tim's house, so 2 houses down from Randy, found Mike's body in a creek the next morning. Randy and his dad came over, and Tim and his dad were already there with the property owner. Mike was lifeless and rigid, laid out on a picnic table, in sharp contrast to how he'd always been. And by the time Randy arrived, it seems that an impromptu autopsy was being conducted by the property owner and Tim's dad. Both men were hunters, and both were...
Someone got a bear skin rug in their house now.
Mm-hmm.
That's exactly what they're just prepping the body. They're like, oh, fuck yeah, boy, free bear pelt.
Oh, and
You
if it was
gotta-
a baby bear, I bet it would be illegal to kill it. And they're like, yeah, it's a Bigfoot.
Yeah, yeah. So
Wink, wink, kids. As they
definitely
butcher
what
their
happened.
little like bear friend right in front of them.
Definitely what happened. This is definitely a bear. Definitely a fucking
Mhm.
bear. That
Why they would just throw it in the trench where they put all like the parts that they don't use
because
from the animal corpses in the farm.
here's the thing. The 1977 cameras existed. Why in the fuck would you have a Bigfoot corpse, right?
Hmm.
A Bigfoot corpse. You got cameras that you can go get
Polaroid,
a
yeah.
disposable camera. You can get Polaroid. You can get whatever. You can there's access to it. You can't. Why the fuck would you start dismembering it before you take pictures? At least if you're not gonna turn in the body as is, if you're gonna dismember the body, why aren't you gonna take the picture? Why aren't you gonna take pictures? Why aren't you gonna take pictures of you with the
Funny,
corpse?
funny. You would even take pictures if it was a hunt, unless it was something that you weren't supposed to hunt.
Yeah, unless it was an illegal hunting thing, and I don't think you can fucking kill baby bears.
No,
I don't
even
think
at
it
this
looks.
point, you
It
you
looks
weren't really allowed to. That's why I could totally see them being like, "Yeah, it's a Bigfoot. That's the Bigfoot we got that time. Remember that little troublesome wink,
because
wink Bigfoot?"
he even drew himself holding a camera. See that? You see that? What thing?
Hmm.
He's holding a fucking camera in the goddamn drawing.
Well, I wonder if those pictures. Oh, I wonder if Tim
Oh,
has those pictures.
who's got those fucking who's the fucking where's that camera?
Where's the
This
camera?
picture. If they don't see, that's why I think this guy's just being fucking very creative with his drawings. That camera
Mhm.
probably don't even fucking exist.
Yeah, that could be, or there's a camera that we need to get a hold of.
Yeah.
Were accustomed to cutting, and I guess they wanted to figure out what this thing was. Once Randy realized what they were doing, he threw up in the cornfield, and he wouldn't watch, but he heard the two men's discussion. They described the hind tusks, which rapidly unsheath as the mouth opens, and strangely enough, two hearts, or at least another organ beside the heart that seemed to perform some function related to blood pumping. Randy would later describe this as
Now,
a detached
bears
chamber.
aside,
They also noticed that Mike's member
does kind of point towards the supernatural aspect of Bigfoot. If you're like believing this guy's story as told.
Yeah, even making his anatomy weird.
Hmm.
It's like
With like the two hearts, fucking the Sonic stuff.
what would the second organ, what purpose would it serve? Like you can't just say, hey, you got to have science. This is the problem. You should have turned this body over to scientists because why would they need a second organ attached to their heart? I mean, that seems a little redundant.
I mean, I could see there's like some organs that we have that are like kind of support organs that like for other things that if we lost them it wouldn't be like a big thing. Like I could see maybe like if saying this guy was like real and if it was like attached to the heart, maybe it was like some weird backup heart,
Maybe.
that would pump
Maybe.
if like the one by it failed.
Who knows? Who knows? Maybe it was
Maybe
a
they're like
weird.
susceptible to like heart disease and then they evolve something to help them.
Maybe the vascular system, instead of the four were being attached, only two were attached and separated. The
Yeah,
chambers
maybe
that
like
pump the blood
pumps more
around.
fuel to like the muscle fibers so they can be stronger and shit. I don't know.
Yeah, who knows? Who fucking knows?
was inside of him, whatever that means. The kid whose property this took place on took photos of Mike. They were just about finished doing whatever they were doing when Randy saw two
He's saying
massive
that
dark
there was
shapes
photos, yeah.
peek out from behind a barn. Randy realized what it was before anyone else did, and he ran
shit,
for the
he was
house.
watching the-
The property owner screamed and ran too, and according to Randy, he wet himself. Tim's dad, however, having seen the creatures before, and therefore being slightly less surprised, went for his rifle, at which point the creatures disappeared, and not silently, they crashed away screaming. After that, Mike was
They knew-
buried in a
they knew not
trench
to
that was
fuck with
used for
humans
farm
anymore.
animals. Ironically,
Yeah, that they saw the state of their cub and were like, God damn it.
Yeah, I'm not even gonna try revenge here.
These motherfuckers are brutal.
Fucking it out like a fucked up autopsy.
Like the fuck. They're probably like, what the fuck did I even walk up onto?
Like, look, there's not even blood on their mouths. They're not even eating them, man.
Fucking. God damn.
Skinning them, making them into a fucking rug.
Humans are fucked.
Ironically, Randy thinks that it was these graves that attracted the Sasquatch in the first place. Randy told me that a company that sold horse and cow feed to that area of Michigan made a terrible mistake and had sold feed contaminated with a chemical called PBB, a flame retardant. And this is one of the many things that not only surprised me, but surprised me even more to learn that it was very much true. And I guess the effects lingered in the livestock for many years and seeped into multiple products. Some days later, Randy was called to the principal's office. It seems the boy who had taken the pictures had brought some of the photos.
I know they're mentioning the camera now, but
Where the pics?
I wonder if Randy, you know how kids can be curious, little kids, right?
Mhm.
I'm just curious because he's obviously living on a farm. This toxic horse feed would be around him. I'm just curious. I'm just wondering if the 10-year-old boy was like, "Oh, I wonder what this tastes like." And just
I mean,
did a little munch.
and who knows how much contaminated meat they been having before they learned that.
Yeah, I mean,
And because I mean
Oh, but
that's
they-
one of the big theories about like, oh, why was there a bunch of serial killers at this time around this area a lot? Like,
Fucking
oh,
lead.
that's when we were using leaded gas.
it's lead. It's lead. The answer is lead.
Oh, it's almost like the like hard fucking metals and other chemicals and like that fire retardant one, or like fucking like the things we use in our pesticides like affects us. Oh, it's almost like maybe that has something to do with the increase in like mental illness.
Nah, it couldn't be that. It's gotta be these vaccinations.
It's the vaccinations
They're injecting it straight
making the
into
autism.
Hey, autism, liquid autism, it's the #1 killer.
It's the #1 killer, or is it the next step in evolution? Predators. The predator, I mean.
Who knows? But they're gonna talk about the pictures. Let's hear about the pictures.
Many things that not only surprised me, but surprised me even more to learn that it was very much true. And I guess the effects lingered in the livestock for many years and seeped into multiple products. Some days later, Randy was called to the principal's office. It seems the boy who had taken the pictures had brought some of the photos to school, and Randy was in some of them. Randy said nothing to the principal, and as far as he knew, neither did the other boy.
Where the fuck are these pictures? Where the fuck are they? You think
Give us the pics.
you ought? Am I supposed to believe people that somebody has pictures of a dismembered Bigfoot and they're keeping
Oh, wait a
them to
minute.
themselves?
I kind of remember what might have happened. I wonder if he'll mention. I wonder if that's what. Okay, yeah, we'll have to keep going before we make a full judgment on that.
Okay.
Because there's an aspect of this I totally
But when
forgot.
Randy got back to his house after school, there were carpet cleaning vans there, and his parents were not. Some men there were from the National Guard, and others weren't. Randy now assumes that they were the infamous Men in Black, though he said they aren't pale, and they're not paranormal.
The goddamn Men in Black, baby. Goddamn JJ was there.
Oh my god. This is the worst MIB story. Usually there's a weird UFO or something that you see before they show up. They don't show up or a mysterious black car. They
Maybe a
don't show
UFO
up
happened and they missed it.
They don't show
Or a
up
portal happened and they missed
What's
it.
with the carpet cleaning vans, though? Why are they showing up in carpet cleaning vans? They took a side hustle?
High strangeness.
They took a fucking
You better
side
believe
hustle.
it might be just gonna
They
show up
ain't
in a
no
fucking
high-
carpet cleaning van and not even explain anything.
Hey, you pulling up in a carpet cleaning van? I don't give a fuck if you are at MIB. You better have some carpet cleaning equipment, and you better be planning on cleaning my goddamn carpets, you high strangeness son of a bitches.
Or you better be chugging that cleaner at the very least.
Oh, they would ask you for your bleach, and they chug your fucking bleach and go, oh,
I drink-
you go.
I drink your bleach. I drink it up.
If oh, those those people probably died from like bleach poisoning, right?
They're fine. They're MIB.
Sure.
They needed it.
Holy fucking shit.
He believes that they're a tribal entity, and that there are a few matters on the continent that they have jurisdiction over, and they avoid oversight because of their tribal affiliation, and therefore are not necessarily part of the government of the U.S. But I suppose there are a few matters that are deferred to them, according to Randy. And it seems that the soldiers had an argument with these alleged men in black on how to proceed, and it quickly escalated, but then cooled down. And it
The
seems
local
the men in
police,
black won.
They're saying
After
that
the
there's like
application
a
of
fucking standoff
substances,
between local
they had
police and
Randy.
these guys. Oh, okay.
Where are all these fucking witnesses? Where the fuck are they? Where the fuck are all these witnesses?
Well, here, but whoever's doing this might have covered it all up. Look what they're doing to Randy.
This guy might have been a victim of MK Ultra.
This whole thing was just staged to fuck with them.
Randy lead them to the
Randy.
place of the incident, and though he never told them where Mike was, he couldn't help but look to the grave. The family who owned the property was furious at poor little Randy for leading the authorities there, and they recovered Mike, and he was confiscated, and so were the tools used for the dissection. And according to Randy, all mention of these occurrences, including one newspaper that mentioned human Mike's nocturnal misadventure, were all scrubbed away. Randy isn't really sure what happened next. The memories get a little bit hazy, but through some kind of psychological technique, which I won't elaborate upon, all the youth involved were made to forget about this, to varying degrees of success. But all the adults, according to Randy, were convinced to maintain silence through
Might be schizophrenia.
Now, I just want to point out the level of insanity that it takes to believe the government has come in and drugged every single kid in your town to have their memories wiped. That is... Holy shit. That is...
MIB.
That is fucking insane. This guy is a schizophrenic through and through, man.
Or those three fucking Sasquatches were time criminals and they're fucking up the timeline for even being here. They had to fucking try to minimize the influence that this event had. You try to erase their
What fucking butterfly effect was going on in this fucking junction of time? That Bigfoot's coming in the timeline would have fucked it up.
They would have gave all those organs and stuff, I guess, to fucking the scientists, and then they would confirm Sasquatch is real, and then the cataclysm effect.
Fucking a Mandela effect, not cataclysm effect.
Yeah.
Gotta get the science right. Oh, people don't even know the science yet. I haven't even released those videos.
That didn't mean effect either. I was just saying the cataclysm of events leading to, yeah. But yeah,
But
leading to a Mandela.
it states, yeah, I'm just stating the science behind it. The science behind it.
Hmm.
The true,
That's
me
that's my
explaining.
that's my time crime theory.
Yeah, fucking. Hey, it could be time crime. I can't put. I'm just. There's not a butterfly effect that I know.
If
That,
anything
oh, could
happened,
this?
there's an encounter with a bear, and then he got traumatized with it being killed, the baby bear getting killed, and then made this whole thing.
That that's probably what happened. Was it he was already he already had levels of mental illness that's already apparent. He's already seeing monkeys and shit. That is for sure. And then he's got his friends going, "Oh yeah, the monkeys are there. They're obviously there." And then it just keeps being fed into, and then it's just a bear actually though. And then the incident happens where the bear gets killed. He can't handle it, so his mental. This is what he hallucinated to articulate what happened.
Hmm.
He believes this shit happens. I'm
Yeah,
not. I
this is
would
real to
not
him.
say this is definitely real to him, but it's definitely not real. Just once we got to the point where he's saying the government drugged all the kids in town to forget to have their memories wiped, like everybody from this town would be going, oh, there would be a documentary or something about this town and how like there's a whole generation that just does not remember 13 years. Just like the 13 years are just gone from them and they can't
Hmm.
remember it for whatever
I don't
reason.
think like the complete memory. I think of just like this event.
That's not possible though. That's not scientific. You can't do like without fucking doing like
I
hypnosis
think
shit.
you.
And then if you're
I
doing
disagree
that,
because there's a lot of
you're not drugging if
through
you're doing it.
hypnotism.
You can do it through hypnotism. I'm not denying that, but you can't do it through a drug. If you use a drug, you're gonna wipe the whole mind.
Yeah.
Like there is no, you can't fucking test the levels of this doses will only eliminate a week from them. No, that ain't possible. And they got drugged. They got drugged to lose their memory. It wasn't like a doctor and hypnotized. Because it was
I
a
mean, I don't know what
medical.
drug
Because they
alone
said,
would just
because
erase your
Buddy said,
memory, though. I don't even know if that exists.
it doesn't. It doesn't. That's why. That's why Buddy said that it was a medical procedure was done on the kids that he can't disclose,
Yeah.
but they wiped their memory, and
You could
if it
use
was you
drugs to
could
induce hypnotism, though.
yeah, but again, it wouldn't he would be able to disclose that. He'd still be able to say the kids were hypnotized to lose their memory. Like you can't
I mean,
don't have to
I
fucking you don't
yeah, I
have
don't
to
know.
you don't have to hide
With
them
with
being
it not being
hypnotized.
disclosed, there's nothing we can really say because we don't know what
Yeah,
it
I'm just
was.
stating that the government wouldn't. If the government did hypnotize them, they wouldn't be like, "Oh, you can't disclose that we hypnotized you." Well, what? Like the government, like you. It's
Man,
just the level of believability behind the story has
I
gone
mean, I
to
don't think this.
zero.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
It
No, I'll
is
agree with
it's
there. Yeah, that's why that doesn't work. That's why that doesn't track is because it didn't happen.
yeah. He again he wholeheartedly could have witnessed all of this. He could have experienced all of this. But
Mhm,
while he was experiencing this, he was standing in a corner just mumbling to himself.
mhm. Oh yeah.
How am I bleeding?
Oh, from where?
My arm's just randomly bleeding.
Oh, weird.
Huh.
Got a demon bite on you?
No, it
uh,
looks like a bug bite, to be honest.
got bugged.
But I don't know. Alright, let's continue though.
More traditional means. And then 20 years passed, and it wasn't until the late 1990s, when Randy was in his 30s, that he began to remember this incredible saga. At first, it was only fevered dreams, then with little snapshots during his waking life. And then he began to sketch them, and as he
100% schizophrenic.
Yep. Yep.
He obtained these memories in his 30s. This is hallucinations.
And also, I think this first story, remember this story right here, might have been a molestation.
Might have been. It might have been.
That might be a separate thing from the bears.
Yeah, that definitely, that story.
And with Mike too, like the first time,
Yeah. Oh
them
yeah, for
finding
sure.
that weird like hut of like, and them saying that the people thought it was probably the bus driver, meaning that there
Because
was a
apparently there were the
predator.
drawing, the pictures of the humans in the hut and everything. So that definitely was a homeless person. So unfortunately,
Yeah.
that's exactly what happened. Because you
There's a lot to unpack here.
a fucking obtaining childhood memories in your 30s is possible, but usually when they're this fantastical, you have a you have a deeper issue. You have a much deeper
Yeah.
issue.
Obviously, you repressed these, and then they kind of came back in a way that you could process them.
Yeah, in a way that your process would in a way that your mind would process them, not healthily, but in a way that it could cope.
Mm-hmm.
He sketched them, they came to life. And of course, these sketches are the illustrations you've been seeing throughout this video. And one of the many most astounding things about this whole case is that Randy was not even slightly artistically inclined until he began to try and draw his memories. And it also helped him piece together the memories and make sense of everything. And it wasn't until this point that he realized that he had any artistic inclination whatsoever. When I met with Randy, I had yet to work.
I call bullshit. I mean, it is possible. I mean, there are stories that people do have like,
Especially with someone
brain-
who has like is definitely obviously neurally divergent to other people.
yeah, fucking, but most likely what happened is he's been drawing his whole life, but he delusionally wiped that from his brain, and he's just adding that element, that fanciful element to the story of, oh, I couldn't draw whatsoever until I had this weird flash of memories. It's like you don't know that you are clearly somebody making up a story that does not understand how the human brain functions on a fundamental level, let alone on a level that you need to even begin to explain what actually happened to you.
He'll tell you how Sasquatch's brain works, though.
Hey.
Work with an illustrator myself. So unfortunately, the complexity of that process was kind of lost on me at the time. The sheer volume of detail is truly astounding. If I'd been working with an illustrator and then visited Randy, I would have been far more intrigued by that. So the fact that he went from not drawing at all to being able to draw dozens and dozens.
And there are some people that are just like naturally artistically talented.
Mm-hmm. So it's like
I-
not
I-
impossible, yeah. That he
that you can just randomly start.
just
drawing.
unlikely.
Yeah, it's fucking also the extra little details and shit. That is actually signs of lying in a therapist. If you therapists, they do not want you to be as detailed as possible. That your memory does not function that way. Your human brain cannot function that way. They unless it's a photogenic memory, and then you're just one of the very lucky individuals. But that is very rare, and you do
Like
not
that one
have
actress.
yeah. There's it's very rare. Those people are very fucking intelligent, and they never have.
Lex Luthor's.
You will not have a mental issue if you can fucking have a photogenic memories. You do not have, like, your brain is functioning on a level that is beyond fucking normal. Like
Get that healthy brain.
That is the next step in our brain's evolution, is people with photogenic memory. That is what we want.
Do you want to remember everything though?
Yes, you do. You do, because what causes schizophrenia
Do you really?
is that's what causes the schizophrenia. That's the number one cause of schizophrenia. That if our brain could remember things better and process the information it gets, we wouldn't have schizophrenia whatsoever. Like that, it would eliminate.
I'm
that.
just saying there's some things that are better left forget.
And I'm just stating I'd rather people not have to
I'm just
suffer.
I'm
through
just
my
talking out
mental
of my ass.
I'm coming from a genuine place of you don't want to be a schizophrenic.
maybe just dementia. Maybe just a little Alzheimer's.
See, that's the thing. Dementia is a form of schizophrenia. It's just it's coming out, and it's so blatant and so late in your life that it's something completely different because it's coming from your mind just eating itself basically instead of just your brain being broken.
Yeah.
Have to point out the differences.
Yeah.
Of images of this quality that's either a dedication and singular focus that I can scarcely imagine, or it's something else. And I think that speaks to his dedication, or even desperation, to cement this experience and use it to better understand these creatures and the nature of their existence, which to Randy are as real as the clouds in the sky. Aside from the obvious parts of this narrative that push the envelope in terms of belief, there was one thing that I found a little bothersome, and that is how much agency the kids have, 10-year-olds camping in the woods overnight, and being brought to such strange and ostensibly dangerous sights. I mentioned this to Randy
70s
while we...
in Michigan, of course you'd just be out in the woods.
1970s, you living out in a royal fucking... You're, like I said, you're a little bitch to your parents if you can't go sleeping in the woods when you're 10 years old. Like, they will... Let's face it, their dad called them a pussy when they walked in. There's like, fucking pussy. Like, let's face it. that you had to be able to camp in the woods at this fucking day and age, especially if you're living in this kind of area. Like, you gotta be rough, tough, and rugged.
Yep, you gotta be able to fend off against all the fucking bears and pedophiles that are lurking around.
Yep. Your parents aren't going to protect you because their parents didn't protect them.
So why should they for you? You little
why
brat.
break the cycle? Keep the cycle going.
Independence.
We were driving, and he super casually said something like, "Well, you're just a kid yourself, so you wouldn't know. But back then they used to treat kids like people." And I thought that was kind of funny. In the distant past, called the 1970s, a time before kids were treated like Pomeranians with savings accounts. Next Sunday, I'm going to upload a good chunk of the interview, with more of my thoughts and commentary on it at the end. I only included a little bit of the interview in this video for two reasons. First, I think it's good to go into this subtly, and come at the interview with a basic understanding of the events, because you don't want to go into this blind and get your proproverbial socks knocked off like I did. But second, and yes, this is a familiar sob story, but I've been having a...
It would be less questionable.
That was unfortunately for a lot of
tremendous
the
struggle
bands
with
that are still popular today.
monetization.
Most
Every
of their
video I make
groupies
is a
were
sizable
underage.
investment.
Just something that was a thing.
Yeah, I'm not.
Led Zeppelin, Aerosmith.
But you put a person and you put a criminal, you put a thief in front of a diamond and tell him not to steal it. Probably gonna steal the diamond. That's the unfortunate.
Fucking with fucking Ted Nugent, like the 16-year-old that he crossed state lines partially for part of it in his trunk. That chick was actually like their parents just gave him custody of her.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. Basically just bought her.
So it's like who is it? Is it the thief's fault you put the diamond in front of them?
It's kind of everyone's fault.
Exactly. That's what I wanted to point out. I should have said, is it just the thief's fault? You put the diamond in front of him.
It's everyone's fault. Back then, there's a lot of things that was just everybody's fault.
Of both time and money, so it's devastating whenever one gets deemed unsuitable by the all-seeing eye. Especially after I do the whole private upload shtick to run it through the checks, then it looks good, but
The reason, oh my god, I can't fucking believe. The reason why a private video will always fucking pass the monetization process is because nobody can see it. Of course it's okay for monetization. It's there. No, you can't make money on your own ads. You can't watch your own videos over and over and over and over again and expect ad revenue to come piling in. So YouTube don't give a fuck. The second you make that shit public is the second this shit isn't educational. There's nothing educational about this. There's nothing like unless you're studying somebody schizophrenia, this is a solid case of that. But other than that, there's nothing you can get from this.
I think you can get this as a if you're someone who really does hard on like study and like through the most truthful way of like trying to find evidence of Bigfoot. This is a good one to be like, oh, there's a lot of signs here I could point. Oh yes, this isn't a Bigfoot sighting. This is a good way to recognize when something is like through a psychosis.
Yes, that this is definitely would that again, but that's basically you studying. Let's just broaden it. If you're studying psychology, this is a good video. Like if you're studying psychology, for any kind of thing, like this is a good.
I guess what I'll say is like, it's a good video for studying psychology, and maybe understanding psychology does help you with like understanding people's experiences with like studying cryptids. So maybe you do need a little bit of that.
Oh yeah, for sure. I definitely. Of course, I'm gonna state it's like the number
you definitely
one thing
need it.
People should learn.
Yeah. For cryptid, because cryptids are often like almost projections of the mind a lot of times. So it's a good way to.
And you gotta be able to differentiate that from mistaken identity of that's clearly just a fucking bear.
So then when you do have that, so when you really do find that thing when it's like, oh, I don't know how this could be a mistaken identity, and also I don't know how this could be like it's like it could be psychosis, but there's like actually like unlike this, if this actually had a lot of more of the actual witnesses in this backing shit up,
that or just
like
one of the fucking pictures,
like a picture, and then you have something, and you're like, oh shit.
It's too convenient for the MIB to just show up and take everything.
In the cleaning vans.
In fucking carpet cleaning vans, of all things. It's just that I'm not stating that he didn't witness that. He could have witnessed that happening.
Oh shit! What if the carpet cleaning people were like fucking like robbing his place? They came like, oh yeah, we're carpet cleaners. We're gonna clean your carpets, and they came and like held up the place, and a bunch of cops came and finally like settled it. And then he imagined it like that. Maybe this guy just had so many series of traumatic events that he's all just put it all into the one Bigfoot.
Yeah, that is possible. That is possible. I mean,
I want a movie of that.
There's definitely something There's definitely something.
See, and what's the worth of this? The worth of this is that. Fuck, is this a fun story?
Oh yeah, it's a great. See, that's the problem when it comes to schizophrenia. It's a very fucking nightmarish disorder to have to deal with, but God, are they the fucking best? Are we not the best fucking storytellers sometimes?
Mm-hmm.
Like we can just riff it, man. It's
I'm
man, why do you have to be crazy? Because this is so fucking great.
Yeah, I was both heartbroken and sort of relieved at the same time when it seems like Gail's like, yeah, she's just playing this up.
Yeah.
She's not actually schizophrenic or anything.
Oh yeah, fucking it's so obvious.
It's a weird roleplay thing.
It's so obvious to me that she's trolling, but it's
sexual still.
There is a sexual element to it. She
it's a fetish.
She definitely gets off on doing it.
It's a troll fetish.
But hey, if that's how you gotta get your kicks, that's how you gotta get your kicks.
And I
She's not
enjoy
having
watching
none,
it.
hey, you know, that's the thing. She's trying to bring pleasure to herself and everybody else at the same time.
Mhm.
That's the great
Oh,
thing
yeah.
about Gail.
Let's actually hear
But a
this guy's
surprise comes
talk when
later. So
his
between
plant
this
killed.
video and next week's video,
Yeah, let's hear this guy complain about fucking being monetized and only having limited ads on his video because that's so terrible. I could only imagine what it's like to not be monetized at all, not make jack shit, but still do the craft.
Hmm.
Oh,
There's still shout out to Bob Gilman. He's still doing some good work here.
yeah, he is. He is. It's just like being a YouTuber in the position we are. I do get sick of hearing YouTubes complain about their monetization issues. It's like, motherfucker, you're monetized. Shut the fuck up. Like you get the fuck out of here. I wish I could say a fucking video got limited ads. You privileged son of a bitch. You don't know how good y'all got it.
I'm really hoping that at least one of the two will remain in good standing. And on that note, next week's video is already up on Patreon, as well as some 100 minutes of raw interview. And I promise you, it's unlike anything you've ever seen or heard. And there's a link for that in the video's description, as well as a link to Randy's channel.
Oh, Randy's got some good taste though. It's got green everywhere.
Yeah.
He's got green everywhere. Yeah, boy. You know I'm digging that.
Hey, you got two things. You got
Hey, your boy. At least I can be at least I have a level of self-awareness though.
That's all it takes, and that's I don't want to. Never mind.
What?
We're not going back to this.
That's all it takes for what? No, you can't do that. You can't do that, you son of a bitch.
All I'm saying, back to the spectrum thing. I think that's also an element where the people that don't get destroyed are the people who are autistic that do develop because it is like for them it is harder and it's kind of something you have to practice, but self-awareness
Yeah,
can
I
actually
mean,
be like helpful. It's something that
that
I've known a lot of people. That's all I'm saying with that. I want to make sure for any because there's a lot of people on the spectrum, or at the very least are diagnosed as a spectrum for our audience. I just want to make sure that we're not stereotyping for because rightfully a lot of autistic people do get pissed with like being misrepresented because they
That
are
is
very
true.
misrepresented
That is true.
in
I'm just gonna
media
state a level of
and with
self-awareness.
the extremes.
Any level of self-awareness in any mental handicap will significantly improve your mental handicap. Like,
Mm,
I don't know why, but it just something about like once you start informing yourself and actually believing yourself. That's the problem with schizophrenia. This is more on just the schizophrenic side of things. Schizophrenics,
mm,
they do not want to believe anything anybody else says but themselves. They will only
mm,
believe what they say, and they will not take any information from any outside force
mm,
whatsoever unless they're able to justify the information they're gathering in a delusional way of
mm,
and 9 times out of 10 the delusion is this is information that I already knew. I'm just glad this person's repeating it. And that's
yeah.
mostly what it is. It's like, no, you obviously didn't know, because if all you got to do is ask the schizophrenic about the subject, and they will literally just repeat verbatim what they just learned instead of actually knowing about the subject.
Mm,
Which that
gotcha.
yeah. All right, let's continue.
I want to mention that I brought my cameras and microphones for field investigations, not for recording interviews. Of course, I didn't expect to have to use my camera in the woods, but I know that had I not brought them, that's obviously when the Bigfoots would decide to have a parade. so my interview with Randy was never really part of the plan. I'm accustomed to Sasquatch sightings lasting maybe 3 seconds and involving 1 or 2 people, whereas Randy's encounter lasted for weeks and involved many. So the interview initially was just so I could keep track of everything, for my own reference. I probably would have behaved differently had I thought people would see this. In fact, I only really wanted the audio, but the cameras have to be on to catch the audio, so I figured I might as well aim them at us. If it seems like amateur hour, that's because it is. And I feel like I'm repeating myself a lot in this video, so I'm sorry about that, but I think it's important to keep in mind that I had not worked with...
Okay, I know this is a little weird nitpick, but him picking on himself for his cinematography in, when was this posted? 2022? Bruh, you live in the day and age where every single fucking person on planet Earth right now are fucking idiots that's filming in portrait. You are a goddamn professional. Get out of here. This ain't amateur hour. Compared to the rest of the world, this is the shit, man. If this was anybody else, this wouldn't even be 30 minutes. This would be a shit ton of 15-second clips on fucking TikTok, and we would only be seeing Randy or one of the photos, and it wouldn't even be the whole photo. It would just be a part of the photo that the TikToker likes, and the rest would be cropped out because the dumbasses fucking are using an app that doesn't support landscaping, so they don't know all they have to do to actually catch something get a bigger picture on your cell phone. It's just turn it sideways. Oh my god. It's like an astounding fucking new way of filming. It's so aggravating fucking seeing every single last human being filming with their phones vertically up. It's so goddamn aggravating.
with an illustrator at any capacity at this point. It just boggles my mind how the first illustrations I ever received to accompany a video were not by my direction. It's a bit strange how fate seemed to align that way. Whenever I make a video on a user submission, it's based off an email chain or 1 or 2 chats, and I kind of have the luxury of ignorance, so to speak, meaning I can kind of weave past or omit the mundane transitions and little details that accompany being alive. But Randy's story is just so specific. It is so specific. This is a lot of stuff happening really fast. Like how Randy's dad took off to the barn after seeing 2 large animals.
Almost like he's talking with something that most schizophrenics talk with. It's called word salad. Which most of the time...
I can't wait till we see him.
The fucking... most of the time, if you're not paying attention, it will sound okay-ish, but then there's sometimes it's like, holy fuck, what are you even trying to say? You can actually go back to some of the fucking relaxed talks. There are many examples. The Bloodborne lore episode, that is definitely me suffering from word salad. That's just me, like my brain is forcing me to say words, and it's just not coming out legibly.
Mm-hmm.
So that's probably what's happening, is word salad.
Gotcha. I don't remember
Prowling
noticing
around where
anything,
Randy
but
was
I
playing.
guess I'd have to go back.
You're probably fucking too used to communicating with me that my word salad probably almost impossible to legible to differentiate from my regular speech.
Mm-hmm.
Because you just talk to me so much.
I don't always speak the most clearly either.
Yeah, sometimes you mess it up too. It's like, oh shit. I shouldn't feel better, but it makes me feel better. It's like, haha, see? Fucking talking's not so easy.
He didn't take the time to tell his wife why he was leaving because of the urgency presented by the maybe bears. Then as he's coming, the male Bigfoot can see him, but he can't see it. Then the police come because his mom couldn't find her son or husband, so that's why she looked out the window to the barn, which she only did because she couldn't find anyone. I don't know if I'm explaining this right, but that's so much detail for such a small amount of plot. Usually, a report wouldn't include that level of complexity. Normally that would just be, my...
Alright, I understand most people didn't, but that is definitely word salad. I did not pick up a single fucking detail he just said. I did not pick up any, like, the rapid succession that I'm glad he did that. Like, the way he talked, right? That's exactly how that shit sounded when he heard it. And what the fuck did you just say, man? that is word salad for you. It's like, I know you just said words, but it was just random details. It wasn't coherent enough to actually formulate anything.
My dad came out, and my mom called the police a minute later. And the fact that he managed to catch all this detail in his illustrations is just beyond me. Like how the foot here is looped in the fence. That's something I probably wouldn't have thought of if I was just describing a scene of a Sasquatch leaping over a fence. And that's just one example. My illustrator, Fred Dunn, is obviously a career artist, and I've been doing this for a while myself, and I think we would have struggled with this a bit. And Randy just plopped it all out, with no experience whatsoever. I don't know. With my channel being what it is, with what I do, I think I'm fairly well poised to assess the retelling of complicated events with the use of illustrations. The fact that Randy just kind of did this, I don't know. I don't know. It's strange. The fact that he drew his account.
If he's selling.
Oh, I want to bring this up. How long has Bob been doing this?
I have to look. Let's see.
Because I have a theory that might be possible. Randy might just be a fan of Bob and wanted to get on a video of his, so he orchestrated this elaborate setup.
I mean, he's obviously has a he's like leading part of like a Sasquatch type of research thing. So
This might be a level of unhealthy obsession we're dealing with here. That is some really green. Like you gotta fucking move that light, dude. Like your whole house shines green because you got.
They're doing this for 7 years.
Oh yeah, so Randy could totally be just like an avid fan of Bob.
189,000 subscribers.
Oh, lucky son of a bitch.
98 videos.
Oh, but fucking we got 800 something and we only got 60. That's sad. But we don't put this level of quality into it, I will admit. But hey,
sure, yeah, he's got the sketching. Too bad I can't draw.
definitely could just be like a weird kind of like obsessed fan that was like, hey,
fuck, if one of us could draw, man, but it'd take this channel to the next level.
Oh yeah, that's for sure. I mean, I couldn't draw, but I could probably do some weird depressionist graffiti if I tried, because I did some choice.
I could probably do good enough drawings that we could get an AI program to make them better.
Maybe. But let's continue.
Step by step is absolutely remarkable, especially with no artistic training or even interest until he decided to do it. And had I already been familiar with that process, I surely would have been more stunned than I already was. Okay, so the big question. Did this happen? Well, there is one thing I'm completely certain about, and that is, I don't think Randy is lying. And I may have said this already, but this is his truth. I have no doubt about that. I'm sure Randy thought I was touched in the head, because I'd ask the same question in different forms at different points of the story over and over again. I could not trip this guy up. He was speaking from memory. This was no performance. I'm sure of this. And even if it was all made up, why on earth would he include all the stuff that no one's actually going to believe? And stuff that he clearly didn't want to talk about? And I'm first to acknowledge that the human brain has a lot of gray area between truth and reality. Any psychologist will tell you that passing a polygraph about an incident is by no means assurance that the incident occurred as stated. And I'm convinced beyond
Oh, because my mental disorder, I can't take them.
Mhm.
I am deemed unpassable before they even strap me in. It's like we can't even. I literally just on the right day I could say that I'm Albert Einstein, and if I believe myself hard enough, I'm passing. It's like,
And
oh,
if you
son
pass,
of a
then
bitch.
everybody's got to believe it.
Yeah, everybody's gotta believe I'm Albert Einstein.
He's back.
Your boy.
Let's get you working on those new nukes.
I rather be crazy in my pants washing with my pants off, washing my pants on my stoop.
Shoes untied.
I want to be that Albert Einstein.
I can't remember if that was confirmed to be a myth, but I always like to believe that he
What?
couldn't tie shoes.
I don't know. I don't.
I wouldn't be
know.
because then I can relate to him because I couldn't tie my shoes until I was like 14.
Hey,
And not well.
I'm not gonna lie. I couldn't tie my shoes either, but my tying of the shoes was my stubbornness of not wanting to tie them. I just didn't want to do it.
I'd always do it wrong and then it would not, and then I couldn't untie and then be stuck in that weird knot, but
I
it's
do-
still like you're still
I do.
tripping on your.
I do the bunny ease. I do the two bunny. I do the you tie them.
I do that now. I used to
together,
not
do
be
the
able to
bunny
get that
ease.
second step of that. I could
can't
not
do
fathom
the loop,
it.
swoop and pull. And anybody that fucking does that's sorcery to me. Like,
Oh shit! You can't do the loop. That's what
I
I meant.
can't-
That's what I couldn't do until I was 14 was the loopy
fucking-
loop and pull. And
I
shoes
can't-
are looking cool.
I cannot do the loop, swoop, and pull. That shit is magic to me. I'm not even joking. When I see that shit, it's like, how the fuck? Like,
Well, good.
what are
I
you
feel a lot
doing?
better now. I'm glad that
Yeah, to this
I've.
day, I cannot do it to this day. To this day, it's just something about it. It's like you talking gibberish.
I can do it, but still now and then I fuck it up, and then it does the weird thing when it's like the half loopy loop and pull, and then you can't undo it, and you're like, ah, fuck, it's all knotted.
So many people have tried to show me, and every single time, my mind has just shattered. Like, what? It's like, fuck.
Ooh, and the kids there'd be kids watching me. They'd be like, "Why aren't you tying your shoes?" I'm like, "I'm tying it. See?" And I'm like, I get to that loopy loop and pull, and I'm like, "Just I'll be right. I'll be right with you. Just keep going. Just get out of here." I'm gonna tuck them. I'm gonna have to tuck them into the little weird wedges under.
Holy shit! Oh god.
But now I can do the loopy loop and pull since
I can't do
being
the loop,
14.
Swoop and pull. I can't do the loop, fucking swoop and pull. That shit is, again, if you ever do it, if it's like, oh, that's a magic trick. How'd you do that? Bunny ears, and I'm gonna state this before we continue. Bunny ears are just fine. Doing bunny ears is 100% okay.
My shoes need the full.
I
Actually,
doubt
need
that
a
he's not a
double tie them.
liar, but I do acknowledge that it is possible to be honest.
You can double knot bunny ease. You can double knot the bunny ease. You just gotta be on the first knot. You gotta make sure the first knot is a little loose when you go to do the second knot. So when you actually pull the second knot, that it tightens the first knot as well. Because if you tighten the first knot, then you're not doing anything. You're just tying the bunny ears again. You gotta.
I might have to have you tie
gotta
my
have that
shoes
tension.
in this way and see and do the test of the effectiveness. Because now I feel like you're almost doing it a different way.
I'm doing the bunny ears, right? But instead of pulling them completely tight like you do, you leave the room and then you do another knot. Do the bunny ears again.
Okay, I think I did used to kind of do that sometimes.
And
That
then
was
you
kind of
just
my cheat.
you pull,
But
and the faster you pull, the better, because you'll tense You'll tense them up faster.
Gotcha. That's probably my problem. I never tensed them up fast enough.
Because if you pull it too slow, then you're just gonna unfurl the knot.
Oh yeah, that was always my problem until I finally actually figured out the loop-de-loop and pull it. It always just unfurl by itself over time.
Yeah, it's because you wasn't making it tight enough. You wasn't tightening the tension, the two strings that are actually attached to the shoe. You weren't making sure those were tight. That's what's got to be tight. The knot can be loosey-goosey all at once.
But anyway, let's hear the sketch talk.
But I just want to state now, I wear slip-on boots that don't even have laces. That's how much I hate tying shoes.
Alright.
Honest and wrong. But he sure didn't seem delusional to me. I will say, and sorry, Randy, if you're watching this, but once when he went to the bathroom, I literally smelled and tasted his drink. There was no alcohol in it. It was some sort of lemonade thing. At one point, over my 4 days there, I rudely asked if there was anything a bit stronger than water to drink. Lord, did I need it.
I found the monster.
He said he thought there may be some beer in the garage. There were a few, and they were long expired. And I don't know anyone with a substance issue that has expired beer sitting in the garage fridge that is otherwise impeccably stocked with Aquafina and Lipton's iced tea. And let me tell you, Randy is in good shape. Let's see, if he was 10 in 77, then he was born in 67, meaning in...
Actually, somebody with substance abuse is keeping expired. I know somebody that probably does have substance abuse issues. They had an expired Hershey's beer in their fridge for quite a while before I even showed up.
Yeah, and that's why, and to specify, like, the type of substance abuse, that doesn't mean that you're drinking all the time, but when you do, you go all out.
Yeah. Because it's like, yeah, no, you don't drink all the time, but you're keeping expired beer to make sure you have it for when you do.
And that just means you're too stubborn to renew your replenish your shit.
Yep.
Which beer can be expired for a little while.
Oh,
It depends on the beer, though. It's gonna be
fucking-
varying.
And of course, there's other alcohols that you want to sit for years, because then they'll be super
Beer isn't
fermented.
one,
Yeah,
because it doesn't
beer's
have
not
enough.
one. Beer isn't. I think that's because isn't beer carbonated? I think that's probably why is the carbonation.
The carbonation and the fact that there's usually like only about like 5% alcohol, and then like all the wheat
The
and
second
stuff, you know.
lose, the second it goes flat, is the second shit goes awry.
And the cans are even worse too, because then it starts rusting on the inside.
Well, just to keep with the example that when we opened that Hershey's beer finally, it didn't do anything. It didn't psh or anything. It just made the metal sound. That's how bad it was.
Was it Hershey's or Tootsie?
It was either Hershey. I think it. Well, I always make it mistaken Tootsie for being Hershey's, but I think it was Tootsie, and we put put Hershey's inside of it to make it better. To try to make it better.
If that happened, I was doing it ironically because I knew it wouldn't. But I fucking hate it.
You're the one that recommended doing it, so I was on board.
Did it seem like a joke, or was I generally like, Tootsie will make it better?
No, you literally took the Hershey's bar and was like, maybe this would make it better, and plopped it in the beer. We were drinking. It was only one bottle. We were fucking pouring it in cups.
Yeah.
And you just.
I'm just saying that
the bottle. I was like, oh, okay.
because the way you make it sound was like I was generally enjoying Tootsie that day, which.
No, you weren't. You weren't enjoying it. You was like, oh god, this is terrible. It was a Hershey's bar. It wasn't a Tootsie bar you put in it. It was a Tootsie. It was a Tootsie chocolate beer, but you put a Hershey's bar in it to try to make it better.
Man, I must have been hammered.
Yeah, you was like, oh, maybe this, and you just plopped it in there. I was like, okay.
I think I was just like
It
that
was the
level where
same.
like Max gets when he's just like, I'm just gonna put this in me.
That's legitly the same night we watched that god awful Jack and the Beanstalk fucking Jack the
Oh,
Giant
fuck yeah.
Slayer. It was the same night.
Apparently we were talking too much during it because I just remember everybody looked the same.
Yeah.
I
Fuck
couldn't
yeah.
follow which character was which.
Uh, I completely lost track of what was going on when the fucking Beanstalk came into play. I was like, what the fuck? And, and then we were dealing with a fucking war of giants or some shit.
Oh, we were also playing chess because that's why we were still watching it there, but we started a little chess game.
Yeah, fucking the little chess game.
Ah, I missed the chess.
Yeah, that was nice. Oh, we'll fucking
All
do
right,
that shit again. You best believe.
Randy.
Oh yeah,
Randy.
Randy. we...
We gotta, if we want to watch even just one more episode, we get it, or one more video, we have to
2019, he
go.
was 52. I'm in pretty good shape, or at least I was back then, though not nearly as good as Illustrated me, but I was certainly struggling to keep up with him. He just marched on, and it was actually a little strange, to be honest. We talked about current events and relationships and the weather and all sorts of stuff, and Randy certainly seemed grounded to me. The only reason I tell you all of this is because to me, it's clear that he wasn't lying. He's not a druggo, and he certainly didn't seem crazy.
But
So what's
it'd
left?
be nice to have someone in the
And
chat.
it was Randy's emotion.
I want to state this: alcoholics are not druggies. They're not drug addicts. Not all alcoholics will have problem with other substances. Most of the time, it's just alcohol.
Yeah.
If it's other, if the alcoholic is doing other substances, then you might want to focus on the other substances before you focus on the alcohol. Like you might want to eliminate the alcohol from that person's life, but I know examples where alcohol doesn't really hamper anything or doesn't like put an urge into the person. It just makes the person really weird.
Yeah.
You just gotta state that.
Yes.
Emotion that really did it for me, as far as ruling out lying.
And they had Mike's body on a picnic table back behind their house by a pole barn where they had horses. And two of the horses had died of that PPD poisoning that I told you that was going around back then. And he had already dug a shallow grave. And it was typical back then, and the state would come pick these poisoned horses and cows up and put them in a mass grave. Which is another reason why I think the Sasquatches were close to my body.
Oh yeah, I said words. Holy shit! Slow down, buddy. Slow it down.
I love the one thing that you can get clearly though, which will come up, is look out for Dog Man. Is all I'll say.
Oh shit.
Barn was a dumping site from the farm next door that,
Right.
were putting their cows next to our property where that creek ran behind their house. That's what they told them to do because that little swamp there, they said, would clean their blood and make all the poisons that were in it before it hit the creek. I went down there sometimes and that creek was red with blood where they piled those cows up until they took them. But, excuse me a minute. Where was I? Can I take a break here a second?
Yeah, absolutely.
I gotta...
Oh, if you go back, you have to go back and watch all our stuff. But if you want a perfect example of schizophrenia, he lost his place. He lost it.
Yep.
Oh, I hate that. That is the most aggravating shit. Because what you got to understand is what he's saying. He's actually seeing visually. He's actually seeing, like, either he's seeing the words in front of him physically, or he's actually reliving the actual event. He's hallucinating somehow right now, and it just stopped. It is the most fucking thing about being a schizophrenic. Is because you might be talking about the most coherent possible way you've ever talked in your life, but the second you lose it, it's gone. It's like, no, no, I was seeing it. And it could have been simple. He got thirsty. That it disrupted his mind process, so his mind had the lapse, and it clicked back to reality for a second.
Mm.
And it's always just a split second too. It's never, and once you lose it, it becomes your obsession of regaining it. It's like, no, I gotta fucking know, I gotta fucking know.
Yeah.
Freaking super dry throat. Is it still on?
Yeah,
Yeah, we can take cigarette breaks if you like.
yeah, let's go take a
Yeah,
cigarette.
because what I leave off, I'll remember that now. I got over there. Like I've had to, like I said, the memories didn't all come piling back. It was bits and pieces in big chunks
Right.
with pieces missing in between. Well, the government was already alerted to these Sasquatches. Like I told you,
Yeah,
I was going to get to that at the end when they started talking about it. That they're a problem. Well, and people freak out when think about what that kid had to go through. Getting
Well, you went through it
a
too,
day.
but you weren't taken.
I could, even then, I could have handled it. They didn't have to hypnotize me. I didn't have to. I wouldn't have been traumatic. I knew it was an animal, and that's they do animal things. They don't do human things.
Right.
They don't live by our set of rules. I knew that back then. I could.
Government, oh my god, that just makes it even worse. Okay, he has confirmed that it was hypnotization that they did to the kids.
Mm-hmm. You're saying like, oh, and they may have done it, to help us too, because they thought it was traumatic for us.
Yeah, that is true. But
That's not something they
there's gotta
do.
be, like, there's a minimum of 20 kids. A hypnotist going around doing 20 people. There's going to be very inconsistent. There's going to be inconsistencies with the hypnotization, because some people don't take to being hypnotized whatsoever. Like, you can't, like, they will not go under. Their brain refuses to. So, to say that all the kids were hypnotized to lose their memory just makes it even less believable. It's like you're dealing with a level of psychology there that is on a individual level, and we're dealing with numbers, and when it comes with dealing with the individual psychology and numbers, numbers win out. The numbers are against you in this.
Now I have a thought though, and in the 70s when hypnotism was kind of like a big new thing again for like therapy and stuff, if there was a traumatic event like someone getting kidnapped and being molested, they would totally have a hypnotist like come, and it's not like to erase memories or do anything. That's usually being like, oh, just to relax you and like get you to talk about what happened so you can process it.
Yeah, they definitely wouldn't. You're dealing with a very bad mental health person.
So he could have totally heard that the kids went to a hypnotist, and it may have been just for like let's talk about what happened to your family. Maybe it wasn't even a hypnotist. Maybe he like in a child's brain you could hear like therapist and think, oh, like some type of hypnotist or something.
Yeah.
And just that the fact that people just went to therapy, or like, oh, that's where they erase their memories. That's why the kids aren't like saying that they saw the stuff I saw.
Yeah, it's just like you gotta think of the level of organization it takes to hypnotize a whole town's youth. It's like the government isn't going to waste the resources.
Yeah, but anything that like when like a kid commits suicide in like a small town, or if like a murder happened or like that, it's always common for like them like, oh, let's all have all the kids like make sure everyone's fine.
Yeah, that's usually done at school. Like after school, they'll get the kids all together and be like, oh, if you need any kind of counseling or anything for this traumatic event, come visit us. You can always come visit us, even though you can't. This is the one thing. Oh, everybody's like, oh, the schizophrenic is saying you can't trust the school counselors. You can't. They're just a snitch. They're just there to snitch on you. They do not have a fucking oath. They don't take no Hippocratic oath or nothing. They don't have to fucking keep any goddamn secrets. That's just some rando fucking school faculty that lost their teaching position, but the school didn't want to fire them, so they was like, you can counsel the kids. Why not? that is literally how that person got that position.
They're there to go and see, like, let me see if we need to have the cops search your locker.
They're the fucking school snitch. That is all they are. I fucking know for a fact because I did a little goddamn test. Oh, this is outing myself a little bit, but I was called in high school. I was, being a little problematic. I was self-isolating myself and stuff. I was going through my early stages of psychosis. I didn't want to be at school or anything, and they called me into the school counselor's office, and they asked me what my problem was. So, just to see what would happen, I was like, okay, didn't trust anybody. I want to know what happens here. I made up a story right up on the spot. I got problems at the house. I don't live with my parents. I work at a hotel to pay my rent, and I live in a motel. And I gotta go work. I gotta go to work. And I left. And guess what got around the goddamn school to the point where a fucking teacher heard and got upset and had to fucking get it called in. I knew I was the one that planted the story, but I had to. It was there was purpose behind it, damn it. I got him. I got that fucking counselor good.
Want to know how I got these scars?
I think the last time I saw that counselor was when I had to go around to all my teachers to sign the piece of paper to let me officially out of school. And they just was like, I'm an idiot. I was like, yes, you are. That was a good...
Damn.
It was bad because it was an obvious moment in my schizophrenia where I was like, I can't trust any faculty like that, so let me just get them away from me as fast as possible. And I even fucking came up with some fucking weird story that I had to test them in my head. I had to make sure, can I trust them? No, the fuck I can't, baby.
Streets ahead.
I could live with that. I wouldn't have been traumatized. But getting taken at night, that would be way different. Not knowing what the hell. I saw what it was. I could see it was a primate.
I'm going to be totally honest. If that happened to me last night, if the car broke down and that happened to me last night, I would not recover from it.
Really?
No, I don't think I would recover from that.
I think it would be hard. Not now. I mean, dude, I could talk you out of it. I can, if we had a problem with Sasquatch, I could talk our way out of it if you didn't freak out.
You could talk your way out of it.
They don't go to freak out mode right away.
You could talk your way out of it with it.
Yeah. If you don't freak out and start screaming, because they don't go to panic mode right away. If they're around you, they're checking you out because they're curious or you have.
This guy is so fucking delusional. He can communicate with the Sasquatches now. He has already gotten into fucking communicating with the Sasquatches. This guy is
you better believe he's going outside and talking to him all the time.
Fucking across their path.
Yeah.
And if
and it's their home.
They're not going to immediately attack you. They're going to give you the bluff charge, or they're going to throw something at you, or they're going to just make noise and make you go away. Then the last thing they want to do, because they're aware of their own mortality, is get her to get into a confrontation with a human they know that might
not end well.
Have a gun or
Right. All right. Let's take that break.
They're smart enough to figure that out. Of course, the juveniles don't know that. That's why the Michigan Dogman thing is so heard about, because they're juveniles and people see the way they run. You see the way I drew them and the way they move. They look like a werewolf.
That's why he's saying the Michigan Dogman sightings are baby Sasquatches.
I know he's saying words.
That's what I got from that.
But what the fuck? You got missions in Dogman? I thought we were talking about Sasquatches.
Yeah, no. He was talking about that from before because I've been understanding what he's been saying, at least for this for a little bit. He had a little bit of like heavy word salad, then he kind of like started getting a little bit better as they're starting to get their break going.
Yeah, once they got the break.
But he was saying that like Sasquatches, they don't want to hurt you. They approach you and they they don't want to hurt you whenever they're approaching you. They're just kind of like checking you out or trying to just scare you off. Like last thing they want to do is like any word salads. Like and there's like one thing is like probably helps me like whenever you get into like when you used to like you're getting a real bad word salads probably helps is that I could kind of like guess what you're about to say sometimes.
Yeah, okay, good.
And I think like autofill, it's like that's what he's about to end that sentence like, but he's trying to say that like they don't want to mess with people because they know how humans are,
Yeah.
And then he say except for the little ones don't know any better because they're young and stuff. So those are the ones that like why we get so many Michigan dogman sightings here is because the little ones will run up, check you out, like little in the way they run, like the little ones apparently are more on all fours, and the way they run is like a wolf or like a bear, like a werewolf almost. That they look like that. And that's why the Michigan dogman is just adolescent Sasquatches.
Godly,
breaking the code.
Holy shit, you broke that fucking code. But just know that
I used to get near blackout drunk and super stoned with you when you're at your worst. I could communicate apparently.
You're obviously the only one that can communicate when I'm in my bad states for some fucking reason. I was living with somebody whose mental handicap couldn't click with mine, but for some reason yours.
Yeah, she has no patience.
But with you, well, that she wasn't even aware that I was fucking. She probably just thought I was full.
I mean, I wasn't either.
But yeah, but still, like for some reason, our mental handicaps just like click together and they just like synchronize for some reason. It's fucking weird. It's like, hey. this he's got problems, but that's my buddy.
You see, maybe it's because there's no such thing as crazy. There's just different types of brain tribes, and I'm just finding my tribes. Yes. People I can communicate to, because there's definitely people that come up to me during work every day. I feel like a majority of people I don't think I communicate with them, and we're speaking the same language, and they're clear. They're just
that's most other humans with me. It's like I get you're trying to have a conversation with me, but you do not understand how fucking nightmarish this is.
Yes.
Like I'm seeing shit. I'm paranoid. There's a lot of factors going on. And you're not helping. Take it slow.
And I'm already whenever I just like talk to somebody like that, it takes me a while to where I'm not like immediately fully dissociated, where I'm like looking in the third person almost to myself, like, okay, what are you gonna say? All right, they're saying this. All right, but they don't want to say it like this because I could bring that reaction, and then by the time sometimes I'm like, there's too much pause, so I just gotta blurt something out, and it's really weird.
Oh.
Like, have a nice day.
But hey, we're so close to finishing
Enjoy.
This video. We're so close to finishing this video.
Yeah.
Or a dog leg thing because the way their feet bend like this, in the back, it kind of looks like a dog leg, and they're on their toes like that, and then their foot goes like that. You know what I mean? I drew pictures of it like that up there, but.
Lying is easy, but lying convincingly is actually pretty difficult. And the emotion which Randy.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to rewind. that.
So it is a little bit hard for me because I'm hearing it secondhand from your speaker too.
That is true. But we're going.
Ooh, which gives me more points that I was able to decipher it before.
Yeah, no.
Oh, it was. I can see it was a primate.
I'm going to be totally honest. If that happened to me last night, if the car broke down and that happened to me last night, I would not recover from it.
Really?
No, I don't think I would recover from
I
that.
think it would be hard. Not now. I mean, dude, I could talk you out of it. I can, like, if we had a problem with Sasquatch, I could talk our way out of it if you didn't freak out.
You could talk your way out of it.
They don't go to freak out mode right away.
You could talk your way out of it with it.
Yeah. If you don't freak out and start screaming, because they don't go to panic mode right away. If they're around you, they're checking you out because they're curious or you happen to cross their path.
Yeah.
And if
And it's their home.
they're not going to immediately attack you. They're going to give you the bluff charge, or they're going to throw something at you, or they're going to just make noise and make you go away. Then that's the last thing they want to do, because they're aware of their own mortality, is get her to get into a confrontation with a human. They know that might
Not end well.
have a gun, or
Right. All right, let's take that break.
They're smart enough to figure that out. Of course, the juveniles don't know that. That's why the Michigan Dogman thing is so heard about, because they're juveniles, and people see the way they run. You see the way I drew them and the way they move. They look like a werewolf or a dog-like thing, because the way their feet bend like this, in the back, it kind of looks like a dog leg, and they're on their toes like that, and then their foot goes like that. You know what I mean? I drew pictures of it like that up there, but.
Lying is easy, but lying convincing.
Okay, yeah, he's describing the foot.
He was trying to describe the foot, but
He's pointing at it like I don't know if there's a picture there or if he was pointing
he
at
was-
something that he was kind of seeing.
He was pointing. He was probably pointing at the picture, but again,
Yeah,
the way
which would have made
he's
more sense in the context.
the way he's explaining it, though, he's
Mhm.
already suggesting you understand what he's talking about, which I don't. I don't see the picture. I can't see the twist and the toe position and stuff. It's like, no, dude. Like, no, I don't know what you're saying. And he probably doesn't need, like, he can look at the pictures all day long, but just because you drew it that way doesn't mean he understands and can articulate how the fucking a Bigfoot's foot is supposed to be positioned or not. You know? This guy doesn't.
Mhm.
Bob doesn't know what a Bigfoot's foot's actually supposed to look like.
Gotta look at the casts.
Convincingly is actually pretty difficult, and the emotion which Randy speaks with is not something that can be contrived or falsified, especially repetitively. Again, I can't stress this enough. My encounter with Randy really caught me off guard. On the one hand, it's so counterintuitive to my perception of Sasquatch, and yet, after years of thought, I came to accept that the behavior that Randy described of Mike the Sasquatch is very much what I would expect of an adolescent creature of this description, going through what we may call the terrible twos, the need for attention, and the drop of a dime changes of attitude. And all things considered, I think Mike was actually quite well behaved, after factoring in his age and maturity level. I think Mike just wanted to play. And let me tell you, this weighed heavily on my mind during our night investigations. Anyway, check out my Patreon for my full interview with Randy, as well as our walk down Randy's Hall of
Okay,
Memories
he did-
drawn.
he did
Next
night
week's video is
investigations?
also already up there, should you like an early
Hell
viewing.
yeah.
Anyway, again,
Getting
please
out
like
there.
this video, and
I'd love to go at least like one Bigfoot hunt. That'd be fucking sweet.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind going Bigfoot hunting. That's the only animal that I am comfortable with hunting, because I know we're not gonna find jack shit.
Hmm. And most of the areas aren't too
I know
too snaky. You
that
go pretty up in the north.
I know that that's weird coming from the guy that go, oh, aliens, they exist, but Bigfoot don't. Like, no, they fucking don't. Like, I strongly
Unless he's a
believe
time
that-
criminal.
Unless he's a time criminal. But unfortunately, we might not be able to watch
Oh, the
next-
fucking the
horrific
fucking. I mean,
crimes of Joe.
Mm.
Are we supposed to? Do you want to watch that? That's 30 minutes.
I'm down for going longer. I mean, it depends on when certain people wake up. You know,
I mean,
actually, so because I have the next 3 days
I
off.
just wanna point
It depends
this
on
out.
what you want.
I just want to point this out. According to all of our time things,
Hmm.
it took us 3 hours to get through this one video.
A lot of old arguments came up. There's a lot of good old callbacks in this one.
You gotta really go back and listen to understand most of them. This one's for the true fans. The ones that have been here since the beginning.
Ones that have gone through all of our
I
our,
I
our
know I
pseudo-intellectual lectures of us both.
I know I shouldn't be calling them out, but for the two returning people that's been returning consistently every day. This is
Shout
for
out to you.
Your boy.
Yes.
Hey, they make sure we get 2 views a day at least, though. That is for sure.
That's more than I do.
But yeah, all right. We'll watch the horrific crimes of Joanne Dennehy then.
Oh
Dennehy.
shit.
Joanna Dennehy.
Dennehy. I guess I will
Dennehy.
I'll learn the pronunciation.
Yes.
Unless this
Pronunciation.
person now, this person might not be pronouncing that right, so I just want to point that out. There's a possibility.
And also, I want
is
to
a
point
British
out that I don't actually care how you pronounce that. That me correcting you to pronunciation was just me being a dick.
Gotcha. I didn't even catch on. I thought you were talking about her last name. I was
No.
like, I know he really doesn't care about her last name.
I just remember that was always the thing that teachers would always get you in school when you're like, "Ooh, the pronunciation," and they'd be like, "Pronunciation."
Oh, isn't that something?
serial killer who, in the space of just 10 days in March 2013, stabbed 3 men to death and tried to murder 2 others before she was stopped. She later said she had planned to kill 9 men in total. Dennehy is one of only 2 women currently serving prison sentences in the UK who will never be released, the other being Rose West, who, along with her husband Fred, murdered at least 10 young women between 1973 and 1987 in Gloucester. The reason why Joanna Dennehy will spend the rest of her life in prison is the nature of her crimes, her lack of remorse, and her narcissism, with her describing herself as, quote, a fully committed psychopath. Welcome to Evil Among Us. Joanna Christine Dennehy was born in August 1982 and grew up near the city of St Albans in Hertfordshire. She was raised by her mother Kathleen, her father Kevin, and she also had a sister Maria. I've looked into various reports and articles and can find no evidence of neglect or abuse in her childhood. In fact, it appears that Dennehy was raised in a loving and stable home. She did well at primary school and seemed to have a promising future, and she showed interest in becoming a lawyer. However, all that changed when Dennehy became a teenager, and she began to rebel, and this included drinking alcohol.
Wanting to be a lawyer? Yeah, that something ain't right.
That was just an easy joke.
Hey, fucking lawyers, they're perpetual. They're literally, their job is to perpetually lie. So she wants to be a habitual liar.
Hey, it's not a lie if you don't know. Legally.
I mean, in a technical sense, yeah, but most lawyers actually do know. Most lawyers are told.
You don't have to know that.
Most lawyers are straight up
Confidentiality.
Most lawyers are told straight up what the crime is, but they go, "Shut the fuck up! You don't fucking admit to any of that."
And taking drugs in the company of criminals. Despite attempts by her parents to boundary her behaviour, Dennehy would run away from home, and she did this on at least 8 occasions between the ages of 15 and 16 years old. She would spend her time drinking and taking drugs with her negative peers.
I'm gonna state this now. You did not run away from home if you returned, even if it takes a year to return. You literally just was not at your house for a whole year. Runaways, they don't go home. Runaways, they stay gone. A true runaway.
And engaging in sexual activity with adult men and women. At around the age of 16, Dennehy met 21-year-old John Trainer whilst he was out walking his dog, and the pair began a volatile on-off relationship
which lasted for the next 12 years. The pair had 2 daughters, including Cheyenne, who was born in 1999 when Dennehy was aged 17. Cheyenne later described happy memories of her mother initially, before her life descended into chaos, with her stating during an interview in 2019 that she recalled, quote, "My mum would..."
Does not help that she uncannily resembles Elizabeth Loretta Jinx. Like that, there's an uncanny resemblance there that I can't disconnect. That's the first person that popped in my head. I was like, oh no.
Yeah, let's Busty, and I feel like this is like a little bit more Elizabeth, like Isabel Jinx on steroids a little bit. 'Cause once we see more pictures, she's a lot
this is fucked
bigger.
Up. I know this is fucked up to say, but we might want to keep tabs on her daughters. Just in case. You might want to just keep them under surveillance. Maybe. Just a tiny little bit.
Hey, if you
Would love
guys
to
listening
read.
to us, that's what you need to be doing right now.
Hey, you need to be putting them on a list. I'm telling you. You never know.
You don't have to stop listening to us, but at least maybe cut half of your time.
We can't prove that it's genetic, but we also can't disprove that it's genetic. So just to be safe, just to be safe.
Genetics are wild. Could be either way sometimes. You never know.
She was always on the sofa reading a book, and she would go out on long walks. She loved Mr. Darcy. She read Pride and Prejudice. She would talk to me about it all the time. She'd do papier-mâché art with me and my friends. However, Cheyenne was also a witness to the change in her mother as she became an alcoholic and addicted to drugs, with her recounting, quote, "She'd gone out drinking. In the middle of the night, she sent a man to beat up my dad. It was terrifying. I was about 5, and I'd woken up, and I heard this shouting. There was this man outside shouting at my dad. He said, 'Joe has sent me here because you've done this,' but I didn't know what. My dad shouted at me to go back to bed, so I did. I didn't know what had happened after that, but I was petrified. My mum would just come home after being away for so long, and she'd have a black eye from a fight. She'd disappear for days on end, sometimes for months. She would come home, and she would have cuts all over her, or she'd been cheating, and she'd have love bites, and she'd have to hide it with a scarf. As time progressed, Dennehy showed complete indifference to the welfare of her children and would leave John to raise them. John later stated that he was fearful of Dennehy's volatility, with her regularly cutting herself across the stomach in front of him, and she would often sit at the breakfast table drinking spirits. Dennehy would regularly carry knives.
That image should scare you. The image of her, I know it didn't pause right where I wanted to, but the image of her just with the scarred up stomach like that, those aren't stretch marks. Those aren't stretch marks from her kids.
Nope.
Knives, and he recalled one occasion in 2009 when she returned home drunk, pulled a knife out of her boot, and plunged it into the living room floor, yelling, quote, "I wish I could kill someone." Soon afterwards, John took the children and fled, with them having no contact with Dennehy until they saw the news articles about her crime spree. Prior to the murders, Dennehy was known to the police and had served time in prison for burglary. In 2012, the year before the murders, she was arrested for theft and had a psychological assessment. She was diagnosed with antisocial personality disorder as well as underlying psychopathic traits. She was described as a woman who was manipulative, lacking in any remorse for her behaviour,
and she wasn't put under no... Usually when that shit happens, I guess it's different in Britain, but if you get fucking...
Yep.
If you get antisocial personality disorder and you become a free person, you're not really free. Like, they force you to check in for the rest of your life. Like, you're on I wouldn't call it probation because you can still kind of break the law in a sense and get away, but you won't get violation of probation when you break the law again. It's basically what I'm trying to say. But it's basically probation for life. Like, you're going to have to check in with your court mandated therapist. of all fucking things. Like you'll have to check with them regularly, like in regular intervals, if not just lock you away for the fucking rest of your life.
Hmm. Yeah, I don't know exactly know how they. I know things are very lenient in UK. That's why it's very significant
Right.
that she's really like other than Rose West, she's the only one that actually has like life as in a female prison.
That is that is sometimes life is good. Sometimes life is a good thing though.
Hmm.
Prone to rage, impulsivity, violence, and explosive outbursts of anger. Dennehy was prescribed antipsychotic medication to try and manage her mental health issues.
Ooh, you should have had someone to be like, "Hey, you taking
Before
those
getting to the
meds?"
murders
He
themselves,
comes by every
it's
now and
necessary
then.
to look at Dennehy's accomplices and her apparent allure to men in her life. 3 men eventually appeared in the dock with Dennehy when she was
People might not like what I'm about to say. People might not like what I'm
Mhm.
about to say, but when it comes to males, that cisgender males that have testosterone
Mhm.
flowing through their body as soon as they hit puberty, it just that you get that sexual woo. You're not a master manipulator if you can manipulate a guy, especially if you're a chick. You're
Yeah.
not a master manipulator. you you're not you do it. You're manipulating them with the most basic and simple way possible.
You're a manipulator, but you're not a master manipulator.
Hell no, you're not mastering nothing. Master manipulate. You gotta be like manipulating like 50 people on a scale that's like holy shit. Like
Hmm.
you did it. You did it. Getting 3 dudes to plow you for the number of days before killing them's not master manipulating nothing. Because that's how she lured her. That was an alarm that was not supposed to even be on.
Be right for a couple of them, then it goes into berserk mode.
Yeah, but the 2 that got away, they definitely they must have slammed that pipe really good.
Actually, no, but that's spoilers.
Oh,
eventually sentenced, but I wish to focus on the main 2. Firstly, Gary Stretch, formerly Gary Richards, a hulking 7'3" man who was
This isn't
apparently
the murder
besotted
victim.
with
This is one of her
Dennehy,
goons.
and, as will be returned to later, even whilst awaiting his fate,
7'3".
still professed his undying love and devotion to her. He was a man with below average.
he's 7'3", right?
Yeah.
I know I shouldn't be doing this, but he's probably got a schlong.
Hmm.
That's how he got in this situation here. That's how
Mhm.
he's sticking around.
Oh yeah, and he's super easy to manipulate too, because also he's about to say here, very he's he's got some mental issues.
Oh yeah, it's super easy to manipulate. She ain't a fucking. I hate this guy called her a master manipulator.
Intelligence and a long criminal record of offences motivated by money, including burglaries and robberies, and he seemed to be a man without any real purpose in life.
I have interacted with many people that look exactly like this person. I know exactly how this guy acts. I know exactly how this fucking guy acts. Like this guy is insufferable to be around. Like holy shit. Anybody that's from the fucking South knows exactly what I'm fucking talking about when I'm saying this guy's recognizable. Like
Or
it's not just his attitude. For some reason, they all look like this. Like, just for some reason.
It's an archetype.
It's like, why do you all look like the same exact fucking person?
They gotta fulfill their evolutionary niche of
In fact,
being bastards.
to be honest, one of my fucking bridge buddies looked exactly like this guy. The only difference is he had a fucking ring piercing in his left eyebrow. That's literally the only fucking difference. He already had gray hair and he was in high school. Oh, and he was insufferable to fucking be around, but he was the only one ballsy enough to go under the bridge more often than not. So I had to fucking deal with him because, he brought the weed sometimes, and a friend with weed is a friend indeed.
A friend with cocaine is a good friend until the cocaine runs
Who,
out.
at the age of 47, was living in dilapidated accommodation and had little real stake in society. The other man, 37-year-old Leslie Layton, didn't have a long criminal record, but was similarly rudderless in life and was enamoured with Dennehy. At the eventual court case, it was pointed out that both men were two of many individuals who Dennehy had under her spell. It's not explicitly stated why this was the case.
Skinny guy, then you get the big wide guy.
Fucking her spell. This might sound bad, but her snatch isn't a spell. Her snatch is not a spell. She has these motherfuckers under her snatch, not a goddamn spell.
And then also she was like, she had that tough thing going for them. Like, oh, we could just be like total bastards around her. She doesn't fucking nag at us.
Yeah,
she only nags at us like in huge bursts and violence that like sometimes she might stab us, but we're crazy enough that we could take it.
Yeah, fucking, to be honest, she calls us a pussy when we're not acting that way, so we gotta
Also,
act that
she
way.
probably lets us hurt her too, because from like she's also a masochist. She's a sadomasochist.
Oh yeah, there's obviously it's not healthy what's going on here. This is the most unhealthy relationship. If an unhealthy relationship needed a fucking like a physical interpretation, there you go, people. The worst throuple in existence.
She's literally like the hill giants from a D&D, because usually if there's a bunch of hill giants, it's always one giant female and like a bunch of her husbands that she just like abuses.
These are the power thruples we don't want to fucking exist because they're dangerously fucking nasty. Like, thruples are okay until it becomes this kind of thruple.
Oh yeah.
But it appears that Dennehy would target disenfranchised and often vulnerable individuals who existed on the fringes of society. She paid attention to them, which I think made them feel special, and the superficial charm associated with her psychopathy likely made them think she genuinely had feelings for them. It appears that sex was a particular weapon in her arsenal, with her sleeping with men to form connections with them. It seems that these men found being around Dennehy exciting.
I hate that I gotta keep explaining this. She is not sleeping with them to form a connection with them. She is sleeping with them because she knows once she sleeps with them, that's all she needs to fucking do. She's got them. They'll do whatever the fuck she wants to. The second, if you honestly are having a rough time, you gotta just lower your standards to somebody. That you just gotta lower your standards. Your standards are a little too high. You can manipulate any old fuck. Yeah, into doing whatever the fuck you want to. They gotta be ugly enough. You just gotta be willing to do the ugly ones, and the ugly ones are the most easiest to manipulate with the snatch.
It's true.
They gotta do anything to keep you. They'll do anything to keep you. But you can't.
So we do have to remember that we do need to look at their handsome levels in the lens of UK too. the average Englishman.
I would still say they're on the ugly side. I would still say even on the UK standards, they're pretty fucking ugly.
Sure.
But fucking shit. Yeah, let's continue.
With them revelling in her behaviour and eventually her infamy. However, any outward expressions of attention or affection were Dennehy's way of manipulating those
So being
around her,
7'3" alone
including
gets
these men, in order to
for, like, a
obtain
lot of
drink,
women.
That's what I was gonna fucking say. If you're gonna manipulate an ugly person, you gotta make sure, even if they can lay that fucking pipe like you've never experienced it, like for some reason they just, every time they thrust into it, it's like a fucking euphoria you never had. You cannot let them know that.
Think of make it slap somebody.
Yeah, it's so good he makes you want to slap somebody.
Yeah.
You cannot let them know that, because the second they know that is the second they're gonna start bragging about it. And the second they start bragging about it, other people will want to try it. And the second other people will try it, they will fucking actually learn what they get going. And next thing you know, you got another male porn star. It's like, oh, you wonder how they're so fucking ugly? That's fucking how. It always starts with someone that's with low self-esteem, but he can rock it in the sack really good. And he was told he could, so he pursued that fucking job. That's why porn stars are always so male porn stars are always so goddamn ugly.
Mm-hmm. Unless they're ones
drugs,
that are doing that trick when they have those really short guys with even really shorter girls, and to make their dicks look bigger.
Yeah, that's a weird thing.
Camera tricks.
There's one star that I recognize that they do that with a lot. They always make sure he's with, like, they make sure that he's with a MILF, but they also make sure that there's a teenager, a quote unquote teenager in the background or something. So it's really fucking awkward.
The dynamics of porn.
Accommodation,
Someone
and
needs to go in
eventually
that
to have
industry and
accomplices
turn
in
it
her
over
killing
if it
spree.
actually gets you.
In January 2013, Dennehy, by this point aged 30, met 48-year-old
When you try to, people fucking act like you're the weirdo in that industry for some fucking reason. I tried. I got my foot in the door. I did. But the second I was like, "Hey, yo, this could be changed, right?" Everybody was like, "Oh, hell no, close this door." It's like, what? I just wanted to make it better. The hell?
Why don't you be? You have to be normal, and then you have to find someone that's willing to pretend to be your sibling, like a normal person.
There's so much better stuff you could be doing.
This is what Dan Harmon is right on the world with the Wish.
I do blame it. I do blame Rick and Morty for fucking doing that. They said, "Oh, I wish this kind of fucking genre of porn was more accessible and popular." And guess what fucking happened? Like the night after that fucking episode aired.
Everyone looked.
It was fucking.
And then there's many. Oh my god, there's many windows fucking open for fucking people.
Like, it's like, what the fuck, man? What the fuck?
Pandora's goddamn box.
Like, son of a bitch.
Little did we know, it's like, oh, is it chaos that's in this box? Nope, it's a bunch of incest porn.
God damn it. Oh, but let's find out about this Kevin Lee fella.
Yeah, Kevin Lee.
Kevin Lee in the town of Peterborough in the county of Cambridgeshire. Kevin rented out cheap rooms to vulnerable people, and the two soon began a sexual relationship. Dennehy was able to live rent-free and acted as Kevin's, quote, enforcer, threatening people who had not paid their rent and other debts.
Damn. She's fucking.
They're putting me. This video is putting me in a very bad light. She's not paying. She's not living there rent free if she's sleeping with the dude. That is rent. You can't tell me there ain't a goddamn genre of porn where the landlord comes in and goes, "Oh, I'm kicking you out," and the girl goes, "Oh no, I don't have any money. I know another way I could pay you." Can't fucking tell me that doesn't exist.
Be
It's
my
like
enforcer.
the website is literally called like Property Lords or some shit like that. It's something like that.
Yeah.
There's a whole website dedicated to that shit. It's like, oh, you don't. This is very predatorial what you're doing here.
But at least it is an incest porn.
I guess they get that on it.
until it's like, I'm your landlord and your father.
Oh man. Oh, that's the worst.
So you have Dennehy in an environment where she could manipulate and abuse. With Kevin Lee, she used sex as a way to get what she wanted, in this case a roof over her head. She spun him lies to gain his sympathy, including claiming that she'd been abused as a child by her father, and she'd eventually...
I hate to say it, using sex should be like, that should be your number one fucking sex. It's the easiest way to manipulate people. It should be your number one thing that you try to go to when it comes to adults. When you're dealing with adults, it's, oh, how do I appeal to this person's sexuality? That's how you manipulate them. It should be in everybody's fucking playbook. It should be play number one when you go, oh, gotta get that touchdown. Fucking go, oh, kinks. Manipulate
Now,
the kinks. What is a dude's...
Now go.
What is a dude's
Go,
kink?
keep going.
What is a dude's kink? It could be a various things, but all dudes, unless they're gay, they have one fucking thing, that the one kink that, oh, even gay dudes love it. A hole.
Hey.
A hole.
If there's a hole, there's a goal.
Oh, exactly. Exactly.
That's the old saying. That's the old farmer saying.
So if you get 3 holes, if you have 3 holes, you best believe you can use that fucking kink to your full advantage. Oh,
yeah.
to be honest, you get cheats activated.
Oh yeah.
Fucking.
Before you pause, go back 2 seconds.
Get you. But I was gonna state, fucking, the reason why most straight people don't like gay guys is because 3 holes are just more appealing than 2.
Well, damn.
And they don't want to admit it. They're greedy. Straight motherfuckers are greedy. They like, oh, I could live with 2. But 3. 3 is just, it's that number.
It's a roof over her head. She spun him lies to gain his sympathy, including claiming that she'd been abused as a child by her father, and she'd eventually murdered him. None of this is true. With regards to her role as an enforcer, I've no doubt that Dennehy enjoyed victimising and abusing vulnerable people, likely finding the terror she instilled in them exhilarating.
Oh, wait, we need to go back because
it was also around this time.
Okay, yeah, I forgot. I got me back on holes. yeah. Before right before we get this picture of her.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't think that bit was gonna get you.
Not much. I had a point here. There was something I wanted to cover because of a question I wanted. Yeah.
I was explaining. I didn't think that bit would throw you off. I thought it was kind of harmless, to be honest.
It was pretty heartless, and then I made a joke, and I was sticking with that joke too.
Oh man.
Kevin's quote, enforcer, threatening people who had not paid their rent and other debts. So you have Dennehy in an environment where she could manipulate and abuse. With Kevin Lee, she used sex as a way to get what she wanted, in this case a roof over her head. She spun him lies to gain his sympathy, including claiming that she'd been abused as a child by her father and she'd eventually murdered him.
All
None
right.
of this is
We're on
true.
this point.
With
Now,
regards to her role...
we don't know. We don't have a lot of things. We can't say anything either or anything. But and we know that it's not only people don't only get to this, like, to develop these types of things only from like abuse and stuff. But even if it's a nice happy home to everybody around there, maybe there was something that we didn't see or something. Could it be possibility that she was sexually abused? Especially from one good sign of that is like the whole like frequent, like, simultaneous, running away from home and like being extra promiscuous sexually, like, at an early age,
Yeah,
like
I would need 6 months with her to to properly come to a conclusion.
Because she could totally be lying too, if just for like
that,
it's totally like a psychopathic thing to just be like lie, make up things to like garner,
to garner sympathy. Yeah, I know.
But I know you got your little things. What you call your big four of serial killers?
My
I forgot what they are.
triad, my fucking triad.
Your triad, yeah, your triad. Sorry, your big three.
It's the kid has to be weird. The kid has to be weird. Has to exert weird behavior that makes the parent, for some reason, and weird behavior literally can be you're just the wrong gender to your parents. That's what weird behavior to your parents. I gotta specify that. It's weird behavior to your parents that causes your parents to do things to you that will make you feel like they don't want you. And then once you get that nasty combination happens, it always happens. Either the parents are physically abusing the kid, that's the unwantedness, or the kid just so happens to get into an accident or something, and there is a brain injury. There is a hit to that head. And what I mean a hit to the head, I literally mean one of your friends could literally just like boop upside your head, like very gently.
Oh yeah.
It just knocks something in your brain just the right way to make you fucking kill her. That is it's the only person.
Which is always scary because think of all the times you've been knocked in the head as a kid.
Yeah, it's extremely scary. You got to protect. The number one lesson from the Smokey Triad is protect the kid's head. Whatever you fucking do.
They gotta wear a helmet, everyone, and no one can bully anybody because every kid's gotta wear a helmet.
Yes, to be safe, all kids should be wearing fucking helmets.
Anytime you see that kid without the helmet, everybody could be like, "Oh, he's gonna grow up to be a freak."
That's a serial killer. Throw him in jail.
Your soft spot ain't even fully closed yet.
You don't even. You could be completely naked as long as you got your helmet on. You got to keep that fucking helmet on until you're 21.
Wait.
This is the way.
This is the way.
It's the opposite of the Mandalorian. You don't become 12 and get a helmet. You get the helmet at birth, and it's got to be adjusted as you grow.
Like a fucking crustacean.
Yeah, like a crustacean. And then when you're 21, you can shed the helmet. Oh, it'll be like this. Oh, it's a rite of passage.
But you can still get knocked in the head at like in early 20s and still fuck you up too.
That's we just gonna have to take
Your
that risk.
your brain ain't developed until 25 for males. Most males. And it's not even consistent. It could be different for each person.
That's why we're gonna just make it a flat 21, because it will be extremely unfair to the ones that develop at like 18 to have to wait until like the age of 30 to take off the helmet.
Mm-hmm.
Like the 21 will be good enough. If you get a head injury after that, you're on your own.
Yeah.
As an enforcer, I've no doubt that Dennehy enjoyed victimising and abusing vulnerable people, likely finding the terror she instilled in them exhilarating. It was also around this time that Dennehy stopped taking her antipsychotic medication. Joanna Dennehy's first victim was Lukasz Slabozewski, a 31-year-old Polish national who had issues with drink and drugs and who lived close to
The guy
Dennehy.
before was the second victim.
How and where the two met is unclear, but it's believed that Dennehy only knew Lukasz for a matter of days before murdering him. However, even during this short time, he was clearly smitten, as he had texted a friend of his about his, quote, English girlfriend. On or around the 19th of March 2013, it's believed that Lukasz was lured to Dennehy's...
She must have had a really good snatch. Hey, because she's got two goons. She's got two goons willing to be in a throuple with her. That's very hard to pull off. That's very hard to pull off, to have two dudes. It's a lot easier.
I'm not gonna body shame anybody here, and I don't wanna. But going to the just my love of giving healthy little bashes to the British. To be an attractive, super attractive British woman, all you gotta do is have a bit of a butt.
She don't even.
And she's got.
She don't even have.
There's a picture. It's as long as it's out and it doesn't sink in. That's all you need. As long as it's out and it goes farther than her back, then you're good.
You don't even need a little bit of an ass. You just need an ass in general, basically. You can't have flat. Can't be flat.
Yeah.
So yeah,
then you're a 10. By British standards.
That, but just she's able to fucking she's got the two goons, but she also got Kevin Lee. That's also like.
There's a lot of very attractive British women.
So she's got to be doing something, and you know how she's getting her drugs.
The accent
She's getting her drugs for free. That's for sure. She's not paying cash for them.
His property with the promise of sex, and when he stepped in, was attacked. He was killed with a single stab wound to the heart. Dennehy then, treating this man's remains as garbage, put his body in a wheelie bin whilst figuring out what to do with him. However, Dennehy could not contain her excitement and glee.
Honestly, if I didn't know who she was, and she wasn't like such an awful person,
please,
like I wouldn't say no.
Please don't call it a wheelie bin.
It's a wheelie bin. it's UK. You get stuck in the wheelie bin. I'm sorry.
Just call it a trash bin. Just call it a bin. Call it anything. Don't call it a wheelie bin.
But it's got wheels. You gotta differentiate.
About what she'd done. It goes, so Dennehy invited a 14-year-old girl she knew to the property, specifically to show her Lucas's body in the wheelie bin. Dennehy then borrowed money from Kevin Lee and purchased a Vauxhall Astra and travelled by taxi with Gary Stretch to collect it. This was around the 21st of March 2000.
Paused. I can't take it serious. It's wheelie bin. Oh, the wheelie bin.
You're just racist against British people.
Hey, that's probably the American nationalism in me coming out. I can't help it.
I'd say after twice.
Twice making fun of their looks. Oh, but again, that's just...
I fuck any British person.
That's just the Americans coming out. That's the American way. Oh,
it's the American way to both be like, hey, a bunch of ugly sons of bitches, and then want to fuck you instantly.
Because they... Unfortunately... The South is in everybody, okay? They're our second cousin. We go, oh, you that close, aren't you? That's why we love Canadians so much. They're our fucking first cousin. Oh shit! It's like, oh, we make fun of you all the time, but if anybody else makes fun of you, we're fucking them up.
2013, the pair then drove around Peterborough with Lucas's body in the boot and eventually dumped it off Thorny Dyke, a rural road which was near to where Stretch had lived some years before. The second victim was John Chapman, a 56-year-old vulnerable man who was a housemate of Dennehy's. Chapman was a man who'd served his country in the Royal Navy, but his life had deteriorated due to his issues with alcohol and he'd fallen on hard times. However, he was described as a, quote, kindly, harmless and inoffensive man, and Joanna Dennehy took full advantage of this. In the days before his murder, Dennehy, Gary Stretch and Leslie Layton were drinking his property.
Isn't being a functioning
However, it seems there was an
alcoholic
issue with
just
John's
being
tenancy,
British?
and he'd been served with an...
I would say more Irish than British.
I mean, there's a lot of areas in Britain where you just hit the pub all the time, and it's pretty much the same. It ain't too far a stone's throw.
I just want to state that the functioning alcoholic stereotype is more Irish, Russian, and German than it is British.
Mm-hmm.
British, unfortunately,
It should be. It should be British.
It should be a British, but
They are.
they're stuck. They're stuck with the stereotypic of.
I say they drink more than Germans. Because the Germans
they
usually
probably
drink
do.
at certain times, and when they do it a lot, but it's not all the time.
But British, they're unfortunately the ugly white folks of the world. That's stereotypical British for you. Is they're gonna.
Which is
be
why they
ugly.
drink.
They're gonna be ugly and white. They're gonna be like weirdly ugly. I mean, look. I know that I stated that I had a friend that looked exactly like him, but he probably was heavily British descendant. So just look at them. Look how fucking like. How can you be so goddamn ugly? How do you pull that off? Like, holy shit! like the only problem most Americans have is their weight. Like you just don't put the weight on right, so your body is all disproportionate. But the second you become the second you actually become in shape, it's like, God damn, dude, what the fuck happened to you? You smoking. It's very rare. You're like, oh shit, you're still an ugly son of a bitch when an American lose weight. But look at the skinny British people. What the fuck happens? What happens? What did just all the fucking sexy people decide to be American? Is that what happened? It's like, oh, we want to be the winners, so we're gonna be American, and all the ugly people just had to like forced to be British. Like, what the fuck happened? That is the stereotype of the British, is they're fucking ugly. That's the only stereotype that they get.
Till you hear him talk.
Oh, and then it's like you get that accent.
An eviction notice, and it was Dennehy's job to get him out. And she bragged to others she would do this by any means possible. John Chapman is
that's some fucking... Oh, shit, dude. Americans, we evolved to attract mates with our appearance. British fucking people evolved to attract mates with their fucking mating calls. That's fucking what happened.
Yes. There you go.
believed to have been murdered in the early hours of the 29th of March 2013, whilst asleep in his living room. His blood alcohol level was 5 times the legal limit, so he was likely almost unconscious. Dennehy then attacked John and stabbed him once in the neck,
Homo
severing his
sapien
carotid artery,
Britannica.
and 5 times in the chest, with 2 of these
Homo
stab wounds
sapien
passing
Americus.
through his heart. All of the wounds were
Mercs.
delivered with considerable force. There were no defensive injuries on John's body, indicating that he likely died almost instantly, and thankfully had little idea what was going on. Dennehy then used John's mobile phone to call Gary Stretch to tell him what she had done.
You know what's kind of fucked up? I think it's a much harsher story to hear that he was stabbed 5 times than shot 5 times.
Yeah. And with one of her like fucking like mall like fucking like it almost looks like she has like those like mall ninja knives too, so it's probably like kind of blunt.
Yeah, it's definitely not a sharp knife that he's being stabbed. Like it is definitely a lot more painful experience than getting
Got the
shot
little
5
weird
times.
edges that are like snagging too.
To be honest, when you're telling somebody someone got shot 5 times, it's like they most likely got shot in the head first go around, and you just overkilling. That's mostly what happens.
And for a lady, she's like relatively tall too, and she's got some power behind her, so you know she's fucking.
Oh yeah, but yeah, that's what most multiple gunshots.
Also, I wouldn't be surprised if she has a testosterone deficient, like or not deficiency, a testosterone imbalance of a little bit too much.
I mean, I don't know what medication she's taking, but certain psychotic medication does have testosterone in it.
And
So
but also
that could-
they can happen naturally because there's someone that
can-
even you knew that had a testosterone issue.
Oh yeah.
And it kind of brings
made
up
their,
some like a lot of the rage
It
and
made their throat like apparently the human throat is like the size of a quarter apparently, but it made their throat the size of a dime. That was their testosterone deficiency, so they had to take testosterone.
Gotcha.
Just wanted to explain.
Yeah, gotcha. But also, I was just saying that, like, I think with her, I think she naturally has a testosterone issue.
It
like
could
a
be
test
possible, but
imbalance.
again, when it comes to the roid rage, if I'm not mistaken, usually comes after you stop taking the testosterone. Like it's the lack of like your body has to produce the testosterone itself, so it's violent. Like to produce testosterone, your body has to become violent for some fucking reason. Obviously.
I think it.
I could be completely wrong on this, but
I feel like it could go both
I
ways
thought that
because I know
was-
that there's the irritation of like that type of anger too, but there's also being like crazed on it.
Yeah, that could be the case as well. I think it would be a case by case basis. I just want to point out that it could be in her medication as well, and her stopping that medication, the lack of testosterone could also be causing the rage because her body's trying to produce the testosterone.
Yeah.
She also called Leslie Layton, who, rather than being horrified when he saw the scene in front of him, decided to take a photograph of John's dead body. Dennehy then went out shopping with a friend, without a care in the world, leaving John Chapman's body lying on his floor. The third murder was that of Kevin Lee, the man who'd taken Joanna Dennehy in. Why he was killed is unclear, but it seems likely he was just a convenient victim to be able to satisfy Dennehy's ever...
I actually think there was a bit of a stupid financial ploy to this. They were going to try to the plan was to kill him, but the plan was for him to disappear and then them become the landlords of his place. Like there might have been a tactical angle to this one. To her,
Maybe, but it definitely is about to fly off into a totally different thing.
Maybe. I just want if they dispose of the body in any kind of way, it will actually go with my theory that this was a tactical thing of wanting him to disappear so they could financially gain from it. Like
And I'm not going to knock you down because that's a pretty good assessment, but in hindsight, there would be a reason why I think that's not going to be. That wasn't made. I don't that I disagree.
Gotcha.
That's because of hindsight.
Gotcha.
Well,
I
let's
don't know.
let's continue and see because it's about to get this is about to get wild.
I do have to give my raw analysis as we go through the video.
Yes.
So
Yeah, and that's why I'm letting you, and I'm just backing you in.
A growing
Just
bloodlust.
adding mine.
He too
Sub
was
one.
killed on the 29th of March 2013. He was lured to the property with suggestive text messages promising him sex, which he discussed just an hour before going to her property with a friend. When he went to Dennehy's property, she attacked him, stabbing him 5 times in the chest, with his injuries piercing his heart and lungs. Kevin was found to have defensive wounds, which indicated that he fought for his life. Joanna Dennehy now had 2 dead bodies to deal with at 2 different locations and employed the help of both Leighton and Stretch, who dutifully worked to help Dennehy clean up the murder scenes and dispose of the bodies. John Chapman's body was driven and dumped mere yards from the body of Lukas Slabozewski, which has still not been discovered. Kevin Lee's remains were dumped in a remote rural area on the outskirts of Peterborough called Newborough. However, Dennehy could not resist the temptation to further degrade Kevin, as if killing him was not bad enough. She dressed his corpse in a sequin dress of hers, and he was dumped wearing this, with his body being posed so that his buttocks were exposed. Dennehy took great delight, not only in killing the man who'd given her a place
really
to
hated
live.
him, apparently.
yeah, that was a level of rage there. That was rage.
Maybe a sexual angle to it too.
I mean, I'm not gonna put it past this.
Because we almost got. If this was consistent, I won't say it's an opus operandi, but
I'm not gonna just pin it on the big guy, but he's the one with the mental issues. Wouldn't be surprised if the big guy's doing a little necrophilia.
Oh yeah. I mean, they would have actually been able, since they actually found that body. That probably would have been reported because they would have known. You get that,
it depends.
Especially a big guy like him.
I think the victim's family would have a little say in what information got out.
Oh yeah, maybe.
They might not want that to get out that happened to him. So that is a possibility that happened. Because that position, just that.
Like that, you pick out the big guy. You're like, out of all of them, he's definitely fucking.
It's because he's the. Unfortunately, the evil one with the mental handicaps is gonna be the most depraved. Okay,
not Skeletor.
This is fucking. Hey, Skeletor has fucking standards. He was actually manipulated. Fucking do it. You don't kick.
He took a picture of their first victim.
Skeletor?
Yeah, he did. We brushed over it, but yeah, he takes a picture.
About your I'm a dumbass.
Oh, you think I'm talking about actual Skeletor? Yeah, I was talking about the cheekbone man. I can't think of his name right now. The other dude.
I didn't get the angle that you were going for, but I was.
That's okay.
With it. I was like, I'm not gonna.
Like, why are you talking shit on Skeletor?
It's like, okay, this is a little bit weird improv, but let's go. Let's see where this could go. Oh, but it might have been. It could have been both, for all we know. It could have been both. Mm-hmm. For all we know, she could have pegged the body. We don't know. We do not know.
Let's hope not. That's all we can do is hope.
But humiliating him even in death. She told people about the murder and was described as ecstatic. Joanna Dennehy and Gary Stretch appeared to have been under no illusions that they would eventually get caught and likely spend years, if not the rest of their lives, behind bars. But they were completely indifferent to this. with Stretch apparently laughing at this knowledge and stating, quote, "My kids are grown up, so I don't care." Joanna Dennehy and Gary Stretch then went on the run in order to get a head start on the police, and on the 2nd of April 2013, they travelled to Hereford in Hertfordshire, approximately 140 miles away from Peterborough, an area that Stretch had previously lived in. However, it's clear they had no intention of lying low and were looking to terrorise people in a whole new county. The pair committed burglaries in quick succession, and somewhere along the journey, Stretch had apparently acquired a handgun, which he proudly displayed to criminals they met up with in the Hereford area, looking for ways to sell their ill-gotten gains. This CCTV footage shows Dennehy and Stretch wandering around a supermarket hand in hand. This footage shows the sheer size of Gary Stretch, who, as already
He's
stated,
7'3", but
was
imagine
7
how
foot
tall
3
she
inches
has to
tall,
fucking be.
and potentially he was armed at this point.
Yeah, she's 6 foot at least.
Yeah.
Like, she's coming up to his shoulder.
That's one thing about this whole thing is that
Like,
though these guys have been helping and like helping her move the bodies around and stuff, none of them are
She's
doing the
fucking-
killing.
No, it's definitely her. She is fucking massive. She is
Mhm.
fucking gigantic. That's the person that I would want to play She-Hulk right there, so I can go, oh,
Mhm.
look at that sexiness. But she can't get that. Can't get CGI. Oh,
All those ladies are apparently fucking killing people.
this is fucking apparently can't be attracted.
Too
to
dangerous.
Can't be attracted to tall, bodybuilding women. Can't do that. Nope. Can't be attracted to She-Hulks. That is for sure. It's dangerous.
I find footage like this so strange. You have people just going about their day-to-day life, not knowing they're walking past a woman who had murdered 3 people. Makes you think who you may pass on the street today, doesn't it? Anyway, on the 3rd of April 2013...
I don't want to. I don't really want to kill anybody's buzz or anything, but just know you probably pass somebody that's like kidnapped in the trunk of a car like at least once a year.
Oh yeah.
At
Oh,
least. Like it's I always said that I want a superpower where like I look at somebody and I instantly know everything about them. Like I know their quote, like the power of knowing somebody's story, basically.
Mm-hmm.
But if you actually think about it, most of the time it would be extremely boring, but then there would always be that one person that just like makes you have to smoke a cigarette after you saw their story. Like it just good, like holy fucking god, oh shit. So it's like it would definitely be cool to be able to do that, but it would backfire on you in a fucking heartbeat.
It's just like the whole thing with like those like
this,
how many serial killers do we just like never catch that have just been throughout years? How many just like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people?
oh,
There's almost thousands.
Countless. There's fucking countless. There's people that's literally gotten away with murder. They don't even realize it. They've forgotten about it. Like their brain has completely just kicked that shit out of their fucking brain. It's like holy shit. Joseph Callinger, he would fucking do that. He didn't remember the little boy in the was it the glue factory? It was some kind of factory. He was upset that he couldn't see the blood. It didn't come gushing out. The blood didn't come gushing out when he did the thing. But yeah, fucking let's continue.
Just 24 hours after they arrived in Hereford, Dennehy had decided she wished to kill again, and she and Stretch began cruising around the roads looking for targets. This CCTV footage is chilling, as it shows Dennehy in a shop on the same road as her first random victim, with her appearing as it was described in court later, in a state of euphoria.
They're druggies. They're probably high. It's probably more than the euphoria. They were probably high as fucking shit. That's the thing that we gotta point out. Like, we don't know how long of a drug binge they've been on.
Mm-hmm.
Manson family never would have happened if they didn't do acid for 6 months straight.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So it could have 100% been the substance. Dude.
Yeah, there's like a small part of me that does believe that maybe like Charles Manson didn't exactly send them to do that. That there might have been a misunderstanding.
There was a massive misunderstanding. I know for a fact there was. I know for a goddamn fact that the Mansons they should not have been do not do acid for 6 months straight. It will end badly. There is no way you will stay mentally sane if you're doing fucking acid for 6 months straight. And they were getting the good shit too.
That'd be an extensive smoking spooge project.
Fucking Tex literally took that one big ass root and ate it like a fucking apple. Don't do that. Like, don't do that shit. Moderation. It's a beautiful word.
The fuck? Oh no. Some bitch. We're being silenced.
Okay, I am muted, but I did not mute the sound.
How long have you been muted?
It couldn't have been for long.
Oh, fun.
Because it had to be just now when I muted. But yeah, the fucking sound's gone.
4 hours after they arrived in Hereford.
Okay, I guess it's just the CT camera.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Go on mute for a second here. Or maybe 10 seconds.
The one time we don't have to mute myself. Oh, look at those scary looking individuals. All happy and shit after killing 3 people. Oh, that's not how you're supposed to look. You're supposed to look worried as shit. You're supposed to go, oh, what have I done? I've killed my species. I've killed my own. And you're supposed to be sad. And you're supposed to want to die yourself. If you kill somebody. I want to point that out. If you kill somebody. I know Spooge is, I got him. He done said something. Oh, that's a long 10 seconds. Just, all alone, in silence. Are these guys robbing the place? No?
Approximately a minute after Dennehy left this store, she came across 63-year-old Robert.
And I've been muted. God damn it. Oh, we just gonna wait until Spooge gets back. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do.
This took way longer than I thought it was going
Oh,
to.
I don't know how long I was muted. I was
Oh,
muted.
got him.
So there was like silence. Oh, but I'm gonna rewind just a little bit so we can watch this. Oh, it's nothing. I thought they were robbing the place for a second.
Oh, nah. I think I wouldn't be surprised if they were thinking about it. She was like whispering, like, "Should we hit up this place too?"
Hey, but aren't those people so scary looking? I hate that they're not scary looking. That's the problem.
Approximately a minute after Dennehy left this store, she came across 63-year-old Robert Bariza, a complete stranger to her. He was a retired fireman who was out walking his dogs. Dennehy approached him from behind, pulled out a large knife, and stabbed Robin in the back, and then a second time in the right arm. Robin spun round and asked Dennehy why she was doing this, with her responding, quote, "I want to hurt you. I'm going to fucking kill you." Dennehy tried to continue to attack Robin,
He's trying
but
to
he
walk
fought
his
back,
damn dog.
and eventually she stopped the attack and climbed back into the car with Stretch, and the pair drove away. Dennehy was apparently unsatisfied with this attack.
They're robbing people.
Mm-hmm. But she didn't take anything from him.
Well, that's the thing. It was a failed attempt. She
Hmm.
was her dumbass was thinking that blade that she was using. As soon as she stuck it in his back, he was just gonna fucking ragdoll
Mm-hmm.
like a goddamn
Yeah.
like it was GTA 5 or some shit.
Mm-hmm.
And fucking she was gonna be able to just like the cash wasn't. She probably wasn't even thinking to.
Yeah, she got lucky with that one dude for doing it 5 times.
Yeah, well, she did the first 3 times they were in buildings. They were planned and predetermined. This definitely sounds like they was like, we got to get some fucking money somehow. Let's fucking hey, there's this fucking guy. Let's get him. Let's get him.
Mm-hmm.
And I bet the second attempt is gonna sound it like even more, because since it failed, now they gotta fucking look for another person to rob. It's like, fuck, that didn't go the way that I thought it was. So let's find someone else.
And demanded that Stretch find her another victim. Using his local knowledge, Stretch parked the car near a pathway frequented by dog walkers, and they soon saw 56-year-old John Rogers walking his dog. This second attack was less than 30 minutes after the first incident, and Dennehy was determined that this man would die. Again, she approached John from behind and began to stab him repeatedly in the back. When he turned round, she repeatedly stabbed him in the stomach and chest area. When he fell, Dennehy continued to stab him repeatedly while he lay helpless on the floor. This was a frenzied and ferocious attack, during which time Dennehy stabbed John Rogers approximately 35 to 40 times. John received deep wounds to his chest, abdomen and back. Both lungs collapsed, his bowels were perforated and exposed out of his body, and he received wounds to his hands, which caused severe nerve damage. John was found by a member of the public, who called the police and an ambulance, and he was rushed to hospital. And by...
Did she take anything though? That is what I want to know. Like, if she didn't take anything, that needs to be stated. That's very important information, because if she didn't take anything, then yeah, she's just fucking losing her shit in a berserker rage. But if
that's why I was thinking, like, if she wasn't taking anything, that's why I would think, like, if that's how it is, then it's through killing.
Yeah, it wouldn't even be thrill killing. It would just be a berserker rage. Like, it'd be considered a berserker moment. Because especially the sheer fucking, like, she really went for him. Like, she was really trying her best. Like, because she was, and that would have, the first attempt failing would have fueled that even more.
Mm.
I just they need to stay. I don't know if they're going to. We still got fucking 13 minutes left of the video. Well, 12 minutes of the video, but if they don't state it, then I'm gonna be a little upset because I don't
Mm.
know how to determine what it was.
Yeah.
And it's important. This is when the finer details are actually super fucking important.
Mm. Yeah, yeah. I don't know how easy it is to get information on this stuff in the UK.
By some miracle,
You probably have to be able to get in contact. Like I'm going to assume it's almost impossible, except for
Mm.
like the news reports and stuff. I'm going to assume their information isn't as free as over here, where you're supposed to be able to look up fucking any like whatever government document you want. You're supposed to have access to over here,
Mm.
like the Freedom of Information Act and shit. But
Oh yeah.
who knows? Who fucking knows? I don't.
he survived. However, in a cruel footnote, John Rogers passed away in November 2014, just 18 months after the attack. The police did not pursue additional charges for Dennehy for his murder, which I find odd. Sometimes in the UK, if someone later dies...
Well, they probably were able to determine that he didn't. I'm going to assume you can only get charged with murder if they were able to prove that he died. He's a pretty old man. Pretty old man. Unfortunately,
Yeah.
I'm going 18 months later. I'm going to assume they were able to determine that he died naturally instead of.
I mean, of course, it
from-
definitely didn't help getting
Yeah,
stabbed.
it probably took a few years off his life, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But I'm going to assume that's why he wasn't charged.
Mm.
Why they weren't charged with his murders, because they
Mm.
in the autopsy were able to prove that it wasn't due to the wounds. And I hate to say it, even if you do stab somebody multiple times, you did not murder them if they have a fucking heart attack a month later.
Mm-hmm.
from an attack, then the offender can be charged with murder even years later if their death was linked to the injuries from the initial assault. I'd be surprised if the attack that John suffered did not have something to do with his death. Perhaps the police couldn't make a definitive link. Regardless, in my mind, Joanna Dennehy killed 4.
18 months? That is a long time after the attack. That's a year and a half.
It's a year and yeah.
So that's a pretty good distance away from the incidents that they could probably go, yeah, it was definitely just a heart attack or something.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I could totally see it if it was like, oh, he had a heart attack because he was real stressed about like an injury that he had or something. Maybe it was like, but it definitely you couldn't still like prove that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you can't unless you were able to talk to him, and that's
Yeah.
not possible.
Mm-hmm.
Not 3 people.
She has life anyway. Merely
Within minutes
semantics
of
at that
stabbing
point.
John Rogers, the police apprehended Stretch and Dennehy as all forces were already looking out for them for the murder of Kevin Lee, whose body had been found, but they were now linked to these 2 stabbings. Dennehy was taken to a police station, and this chilling footage shows her apparent indifference to her fate while she flirted with police officers.
Amazing.
Looks good.
Thanks, Matt. That makes me feel so good. Real sexy.
And she's a master manipulator. Why didn't it work?
I wouldn't be surprised if she was dumb enough to actually believe she might be able to seduce these cops. I know one individual that thought they could do that. Did not end well. I was right there, and it was very embarrassing. to watch it happen unfold. It was like, oh, stop doing this to yourself.
Not a t-shirt, it's a tent.
Joanne, signature from you that we've got your property.
Right, so what am I out for? Attempted murder and murder.
You've been arrested on suspicion of attempted murder and murder.
Could be worse.
I think this clip shows two things. Firstly, the complete lack of remorse or concern from Dennehy, with her acting like she's just been arrested for shoplifting, rather than the attempted murder of 2 people and the murder of 1 other, with her knowing that they would soon link her to a further 2. Also, I think it shows Dennehy's arrogance, manipulation and narcissism, with her default way of acting in any environment being a way to look to manipulate those around her to get what she wants. And she believes that, in this environment, somehow her fluttering her eyelids will get her special treatment. Dennehy was described as, quote, calm and cooperative during her police interview, but she gave little information. However, regardless of this, there was sufficient evidence to charge her with 3 counts of murder and 2 counts of attempted murder. Gary Stretch and Leslie Layton were both charged with crimes related to assisting Joanna Dennehy in her offences. Joanna Dennehy was remanded into custody soon after arrest to await her day in court, but incarceration did not stop her plotting acts of violence. In September 2013, prison officers at H&P Bronzefield found an escape plot written in her diary. This plan involved killing or seriously injuring a prison officer, cutting off their finger, and using this to fool the biometrics in the prison to escape. Dennehy was placed in solitary confinement and was produced for her court appearances under extremely high security. On the 18th of November 2013, at the Old Bailey in London, to the surprise of many...
Yeah, at least she's trying.
I just want to state this. A good biometric system also detects the heat of the blood in your fingers, so that wouldn't have worked.
Ooh, I wonder if you could, like, suck on it in a bunch. Like, stick it up your ass. Oh, you'd have to stick it up your ass. That's where it'd be hotter than your mouth, yeah. Oh, shit. And then gotta get it out real quick and get it on there. Well, it's still body temperature. I got the... See, it wouldn't have worked. She needed me. Plan.
Fucking, the next guard that comes to skin their finger.
It's the fight. It's the final fuck you.
What would be really cruel if, like, for some reason, like, only the residual residue get on it, so you didn't really see anything, but the smell was definitely there. So when the guy goes to like rub his nose or something, he smells it.
When it follows him around, he's like, "What is that?" It's like, not. I'm going to different rooms. It's not going away.
Fucking changes his uniform and everything. It's like, what the fuck's wrong? Oh man.
Ooh. Takes a shower, but he doesn't really wash his face good enough.
Oh shit. He would accidentally rub his eye before he gets in the shower, so he's gonna get the pink eye.
Yep, wakes up, crusty eyes, can't open them.
Oh man, that would have been that truly would have been the final fuck you.
Then he's gotta come into work with the crusty eyes and find his friend's security guard fucking laying there dead without a finger. And then look back at the security footage to see me pulling a finger out of my ass and put it on that same goddamn.
It was his partner, man. It was his best friend. They ate lunch together.
Yeah, unfortunately, that guy is Go and punish this guy trying to find me now. At that point.
Oh,
You
man.
killed my friend, but worse, you got shit in my goddamn eye.
Oh, man. Holy shit.
Joanna Dennehy pleaded guilty to all 3 murders and 2 counts of attempted murder. Gary Stretch was subsequently convicted after trial of 3 counts of preventing the lawful burial of a corpse and 1 count of attempted murder. His argument was that he was scared of Dennehy and had no choice but to help her. However, whilst awaiting the verdict in his trial, prison authorities intercepted letters between Stretch and Dennehy, which are frankly pathetic.
7-3 Hulk.
In one of these he wrote, quote, "Right, stop blaming yourself for me being in this with you. It was my own choices, babe, 'cause I'm my own person. I can make up my own mind, so get off that trip." In another message he admits, quote, "Mad choices have been my undoing. It's not your fault. You did tell me to leave, but I never." He also promises, quote, "I'll do anything for you, which I've already proven to you. You are the one woman I ever truly loved." He signed the letter off as, quote, "Your personal undertaker." Now, I'm not a criminal genius, but I think it's probably pretty dim to write a letter that blows your entire defence out of the water. But this letter shows the continued pathetic, simpering loyalty that Gary Stretch had towards Joanna Dennehy, a woman his association with.
Why do I have to explain this? A simp doesn't get...
I'm your undertaker.
A simp doesn't get anything sexual in return. They pay for it, and they think it's gonna come, but a simp doesn't get jack shit. They don't even get nudes, man. That is a simp. That is a true simp. Now you are kind of I have to admit, a tiny bit simpery when you pay for content, but hey, sometimes you got an addiction. That's how it goes.
You gotta give yourself a little wiggle room.
Yeah, you know, when it comes to addictive personalities, you gotta make sure you're gonna be addicted to something. You just gotta make sure you're managing your addiction properly.
Mm-hmm.
That shit's your responsibility. Oh, let's continue.
With had destroyed his life. I wonder if, in the years since, Stretch has worked out just how meaningless he was to her, like everyone was in Dennehy's life, and he was just another mark used to get what she wanted. Anyway, Leslie Layton was found guilty of 2 counts of preventing the lawful burial of a body and 1 count of perverting the course of justice. Before sentencing, Joanna Dennehy was assessed by a psychiatrist, to whom she disclosed she had killed to see how it felt and, quote, "to see if I was as cold as I thought I was. Then it got moreish, and I got a taste for it." Dennehy said that she had absolutely no remorse for the murders, but oddly stated that she regretted the attempted murders of the 2 men she targeted at random. Dennehy was revelling in discussing her offending, and her statements were not just confined to the conversations with the psychiatrist.
She said she felt remorse for the 2 she attempted to.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely robbings. Definitely attempted robbing.
Mm-hmm.
That was her away. Like, she was like, this... Her dumbass little fucking psychotic brain was like, this is the only way I can rob somebody, is if they're not alive.
Mm-hmm.
Again,
yeah.
The landlord was probably more of a financial gain than anything, and that shit probably backfired when his family came and collected the shit.
And also what would point to maybe like an abuse in the background too. Maybe it was easier to kill the men that she slept with because like when she did that, she kind of saw them lesser at, like kind of speaking to like a more misandrist viewpoint that she
like
has, which they're going to cover a little bit more later too.
Like an
and then those guys are just kind of like nice old men, and I could totally see her being like, I can't justify it in any way. Like they didn't even, like objectify me or
And
use me or
if anybody's like, oh, but she didn't kill the two goons, it's because she couldn't. They
she couldn't or just hadn't gotten around to it yet.
That
At least with especially
that's
with
also a
the
possibility.
skinny one, I feel like that dude probably would have got killed at some point.
Maybe, but
She probably would have
Stretch
got the big guy to do it.
definitely was not planning on killing Stretch anytime soon. That
Yeah,
was definitely her.
Stretch
main
was too
goal.
useful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This shit can be very scary, man.
hmm
Oh, I'm gonna play this. I'm gonna walk away for a second though, because I gotta go get something to drink.
Psychiatrist. She also wrote a letter directly to the judge, saying that she had no remorse, but again claimed that she regretted the other two offences, something the judge utterly rejected. As well as having antisocial personality disorder and traits of psychopathy, Dennehy was assessed as being sadomasochistic, i.e. deriving pleasure both from the giving and receiving of pain. She would apparently also frequently watch violent pornography. On the 28th of February 2014, Joanna Dennehy, Gary Stretch and Leslie Layton appeared at the Old Bailey for sentencing before Mr. Justice Spencer. Dennehy was seen smirking in the dock as the judge delivered his sentencing remarks. With regards to her, Justice Spencer rejected any implication that she felt any remorse for any of her crimes, and he described her as, quote, a cruel, calculating, selfish and manipulative serial killer.
That's
With regards to Gary
that's the real
Stretch,
reason she got
Justice
life in
Spencer
prison,
said that
she gave that smirk to the judge.
Yeah, that.
You didn't like that?
That even in America, that they give you fucking life sentence for sure. Fucking it's.
Oh, you want to be the second lady in history to fucking be life in prison?
I have
That's
to
how you get
announce. I have to announce it's everybody's favorite time, Litterbox time. I'll be right back.
Litterbox time. Litterbox time.
as opposed to being scared of Dennehy, he was a willing participant, and he revelled in her criminality and the media attention the offences would bring. With Leslie Layton, the judge dispelled any claim that he'd made about being afraid or coerced into any of the behaviour he'd been convicted of, with him pointing out that when he came across the body of John Chapman, he did not panic or raise the alarm. Instead, he took a photograph on his phone as some sort of morbid keepsake.
Get that photograph.
He then sentenced them. For the murders of Lukas Slabozewski, John Chapman and Kevin Lee, Joanna Dennehy was sentenced to a whole life order, meaning that she will never be released from prison. Gary Stretch was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum tariff of 19 years before he can apply for parole. Leslie Layton was sentenced to 14 years imprisonment, of which he was to serve half in prison and the other half on licence in the community. Therefore, he was likely released from prison in around 2021. Gary Stretch, likely beginning to realise the enormity of his situation, appealed his sentence as too severe in November 2014. His appeal was promptly rejected.
Hopefully.
Joanna Dennehy has been busy in prison. In 2018, she was granted permission to marry her cellmate, Hayley Palmer, and the pair apparently tried to kill themselves in a suicide pact later that same year.
Prison wife. Prison wife.
Oh, we know how she got that prison wife. I know it's different. I know it's different over there. I know that's only an American thing that happens. I know.
About to learn this is a dedicated bitch.
Dennehy told Hayley that she had no regrets about the crime she committed. In May 2021, it was again reported that Dennehy and Hayley were planning to marry, with Hayley by this point having been released from custody. Hayley disclosed letters that she had been written by Dennehy, in which she stated, quote, "To me, you will never be anything other than real.
We missed something.
The first person to creep under my skin."
At least, did we hear the suicide, the dual suicide attempt, or what do you call it?
On who? No, we didn't. I didn't hear it. I'll have to probably rewind.
Yeah, go back to the start. Yeah, go back to the start with the girlfriend.
We'll have to live with it right here.
Yeah.
Joanna Dennehy was sentenced to a whole life order, meaning that she will never be released from prison. Gary Stretch was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum tariff of 19 years before he can apply for parole. Leslie Layton was sentenced to 14 years imprisonment, of which he was to serve half in prison and the other half on licence in the community. Therefore, he was likely released from prison in around 2021. Gary Stretch, likely beginning to realise the enormity of his situation, appealed his sentence as too severe in November 2014. His appeal was promptly rejected. Joanna Dennehy has been busy in prison. In 2018, she was granted permission to marry her cellmate, Hayley Palmer, and the pair apparently tried to kill themselves in a suicide pact later that same year. Dennehy told Hayley that she had no regrets about the crime she committed.
Suicide pact.
In May 2021, it was again reported that Dennehy and Hayley were planning to marry, with Hayley by this point having been released from custody. Hayley disclosed letters that she had been written by Dennehy, in which she stated, quote, "To me, you'll never be anything other than real. The first person to creep under my skin. You have a fully committed psychopath." Dennehy has also apparently made threats to kill Rose West, but they are currently in separate prisons.
He's trying to get some clout there.
Sorry, I'm munching on a hamburger right now.
You good?
I don't think she could take for Rose West. I don't.
Oh, Rose West would fuck her up.
Oh yeah, I'd fucking put my money on Rose West all fucking time. She fucking scares me. She scares me. I mean, her height scares me, but this is definitely just an Eileen Warno situation where it's like, yeah, you're a monster, but you're a monster created by your environment. The monster would have never come out if you were just put in the right environment.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, but sometimes Eileen Warnos happens, and Catherine Knight and stuff like that. Even though Catherine Knight might have actually been just a total psychopath. Now that I think about that one person.
If I had to like just full on fight any of them, I'd fight. If it was between Rose West and fighting Catherine Knight, I'm taking my chances with Rose West in the fight. I ain't fighting Catherine Knight.
Yeah, Catherine Knight. She skinned her. She skinned her person alive. Yeah,
I feel like she just put her like whole hand on my head and picked me up.
Oh, she is so fucking get that frying pan on you, man. Oh, yeah, no, that. Yeah, I'd take fucking... If I had to fight anybody, if I had to fight either one of those, definitely taking Rose West.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
I at least have a chance. You don't have a chance with Catherine Knight. That shit's
no.
Terrifying.
Joanna Dennehy is an anomaly, both in terms of her gender and her background, with female serial killers making up less than 20% of all known serial murderers, and those who do kill multiple people often having backgrounds of often horrific abuse. However, there is no evidence of abuse in Dennehy's background. She apparently grew up in a loving and happy household. However, I think in this case it's potentially things that happen outside the home which she has not disclosed, which are key to understanding the monster that Joanna Dennehy became. Specifically, it's recorded that Dennehy told people that she would not kill women or children, and she would only target men.
Like,
I believe this was a twisted way of justifying the indefensible,
they're gonna grow up and they're
but
gonna do so
potentially
much.
gives an insight into her potential hatred of men, and that she felt that members of this
You ever
gender
wanna change
was somehow
shit?
fair game. A hatred
You
of
looked
women.
away for 1 second. Something happens.
You don't want to fucking what's it? Is it Dennis Nielsen or Dennis Ray? The the tree guy.
It depends on what.
I can't believe I'm blanking on his name. I got the picture of him in the tree.
Oh yeah, BTK. That's Dennis Rader, I believe.
Yeah, Dennis Rader. You don't want to find out your fucking kid's a Dennis Rader. You don't. Oh, dude, just. I find that picture hilarious. I do. But just imagine, right? You're just chilling. You're having a beer. You're watching a football game. You're being the good old American man.
If it ended at the tree, it would have been fine.
Yes, it would have been fine. But let me go with my hypothetical. You just being a good old, good-blooded American man that works 9 to 5, that just has a good old time, and next thing you know, you get a knock on your door, and they go, "Sir, we hate to fucking inform you, but this is your son." And the first picture they hand you is him in the tree.
God damn.
Like,
not anymore.
like, holy shit. Like, to disown your own seed so fucking fast. Like, oh my god. That's what we gotta prevent. You don't want you don't want to see your kids in the tree.
Always the classic of like someone like taking the gun and then going into their office and then you hear the bang. Except you didn't put it to your head, you put it to your balls.
Oh god. Holy shit. I would do that if I found out that my son then it doesn't even have to be my son, just if my kid is in that goddamn tree. Hell no. No, not happening. Holy shit. Oh man. Alright, let's finish this video.
And has been speculated as being a motivating factor underpinning the murders of many male serial killers, including Ted Bundy and Levi Belfield. So potentially a hatred of men is a factor in the actions of some female serial killers.
That's
An obvious case is that of
killer.
Eileen